Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei got solo leveling system and became sovereign of Dead Part 1. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. The world is no longer what is defined as the human at the top of the pyramid. The supernatural and the natural live together day by day. What is only in books is no longer only in writing. A new profession was born when unknown portals appeared, uniting the natural and supernatural to keep it apart. The story of the weakest hunter, training to become the strongest, a unique ability, granted to him by another world. Prologue. The world is no longer as we know it, for about 80 years. A normal phenomenon appeared in different parts of the world, a kind of portals, which leads to different types of dungeons. Those portals were just the beginning, until it became what we all know today. The appearance of those portals made supernatural beings known, such as humans. The appearance of those portals affected them as well. The sacred gear are no longer the only ones that give supernatural abilities to humans. Those mysterious portals not only united the supernatural and the natural in a single society, but also brought with it changes in both sides, unique abilities, such as control of magic at different levels. Portals are classified as doors or tunnels that connect to another dimension in our world, where monsters live, from the weakest to the strongest. To fight against them, those people are known as hunters. My name is Issei, a hunter. If that's what I can call myself, I'm the one known as the weakest hunter of the E rank, meaning I'm at the bottom of all. And I'm about to be killed by living rock statues. Who would have thought that this dungeon discovered in a D rank 1 would be the hardest? In the end, I'm the only one who couldn't escape. How pathetic. Well, at least Asia-san was able to escape. My eyes started to close, everything went dark. Beep beep. The sound of a light ringing woke me up in the hospital. Was it a dream? I thought I was going to die, but no, I even had my leg back. His thoughts were confused, and before he could ask himself everything he had experienced, a window with letters appeared in front of me. Your quest would say has arrived. Do you accept? After that message, another one came out, with instructions on what I have to do. This message was just the beginning, where I received a unique skill, and quests that only I can see. If I complete all the quests, training based on them, and hunting monsters, my level will rise. And I will change from being the weakest hunter to the strongest. Chapter 1. The Purpose of a Weak Hunter. The world stopped being as we know it. Just 80 years ago, humans believed they had the answer to everything inexplicable, but things stopped being that way. Supernatural beings, such as angels, demons, fallen beings, yokais and gods, are no longer beings that are only reflected in books, they are real. Humans and non-humans came together when those portals appeared. No one on either side was the cause. At a very young age his father died, being a D-rank hunter, in one of the raids on a dungeon. He was a great man, partner and husband. His profession was to be admired, especially for his son. The most important thing he left his son: humility and protecting his loved ones. The young man's mother did not want her son to be a hunter, but fate is very tricky. A single mother, who has worked for years to pay for her son's studies, everything that does not make him a hunter. One day, the mother got an illness that put her in an indeterminate coma, which forced the young man to cancel his admission to the university. He had to earn money to pay for his mother's stay in the hospital until she recovered. Money is not easy to come by. The young man knows this. He has always been attentive to his mother, no matter how much he wants to help. His mother only wanted her son to study, to put all his attention into his studies. The young man had no choice but to become a hunter. It was difficult, but he was able to obtain it. Rank E. Besides being the weakest of all, he did not care. This would help him get the money he needed to pay the hospital. Present. A young brown-haired man was preparing to go out, dressed in a blue jacket with a hood of the same color, navy jeans, and black tennis shoes. On the young man's face, some adhesive bands were visible, either for wounds or bruises, while he put on a green backpack, at the same time eating toast with jelly. Issei, I'm leaving, he exclaimed to a certain chestnut who was still sleepy behind him. Dinner is ready. You just have to heat it up. Don't wait for me, said the chestnut to the sleeping chestnut. The name of this young man, Haida Issei, a hunter, well, or so he can be called. It is somewhat embarrassing to call himself a hunter, for being so weak. Although it would not be unusual to see himself weak on some occasions, it is more noticeable. After all, in this profession, the young man has experienced several times close to death. It was to be expected. This job is not the safest at all. Every time you enter a portal, your life will always be in danger. He doesn't do it because he wants to, but because he needs to. Don't overexert yourself, said a sleepy girl, but attentive to what her childhood friend said, while yawning. The girl had her hair all disheveled, a shirt that was too big for her, and long, which covered her black shorts. She had a thin body, not many attributes, but slightly attractive, if she would fix herself up a bit. Yellow eyes, a height of 1.67 m. Her name is Kiryu, childhood friend of the young brown-haired boy. The girl's family, after the death of the aforementioned father, has supported a lot so that mother and son could move forward, despite the tragedy of the father and the condition of the mother. The brunette's parents are office workers in stores, so they are not at home every day, which is why the girl lives with the brunette, having each other's support. But she is a year younger than the brown-haired boy, meaning she is 17, and soon she will enter a very renowned academy, Saint Demonic Kuko, where people with unique abilities attend, whether it be skills, abilities that arose from the emergence of portals, or sacred gear, an academy that if you were to attend, your life would be insured. You would have a great future. And the chestnut has the opportunity to assist her soon, since she has a sacred gear. At first glance it looks like a twice critical, but she told the chestnut that it was only a facade, of something more than just a power duplicator. In addition to finding magical talent in her, but this news and information, she only shared it with her childhood friend, or as she likes to call him, her husband-o. It makes the brown-haired girl a little uncomfortable to be called that, like a small tic on her back. Issei, I don't promise anything, the brown-haired boy answered with a half-smile, walking out the door, leaving the brunette alone in the apartment. But it didn't last long, as the girl went back to sleep, and instead of going into her room, she went into the brown-haired man's. With the chestnut, the young man was walking calmly towards the place where he would meet to go to a dungeon. At this moment he was walking calmly through a green park. One of the changes that the world suffered when the supernatural and natural came together was the vegetation, recovering a good part of what was destroyed by human survival, something to be grateful for, seeing green and beautiful views for the chestnut tree, before reaching the meeting point. Immersed in the sight of the green color, he didn't see that someone was in front of him, colliding with that person. Belong! A small moan sounded, followed by a falling sound, bringing the chestnut back from nature to reality. Fixing his gaze on where the sound was heard, he could see a girl with blonde hair, something he recognized, a foreign girl, blonde hair, emerald-colored eyes. Issei, sorry Asia, exclaimed the brown-haired boy, apologizing, while giving the girl a hand to help her up. The girl was wearing a nun's dress, but not black and white, but rather it was like a dress, blue in color, brown boots, and a bag like a case containing potions. A girl the same age as the brunette, 18, a girl devoted to God, who was previously a nun in a humble church somewhere in Europe. But she decided to leave the church, to be able to help more people beyond her small town, but without leaving aside her faith in the church. God would forgive her act of quality. Asia Argento, the blonde, has known the brunette for a long time, approximately 4 months. Who do you think heals most of the brunette's wounds? If it weren't for her, he wouldn't cover his wounds with bandages. As someone other than Ika, the second closest person to Brown would definitely be the emerald-eyed blonde. Asia, sorry for bumping into you, Issei, and the girl apologized while shaking her dress a little, to clean the dust stuck to it. Issei, and no, not at all, I'm the one who should apologize, said the brown-haired boy, a little embarrassed. After a few minutes apologizing to each other, both young people walked towards the same meeting place, since it seems that the blonde will also go to this raid, either to earn a little money, in addition to taking care of the brown-haired boy. Knowing him, even if he is a ranky portal, he would still get hurt. On the way, the blonde scolded the brown-haired boy a little, for the wounds obtained by the previous mission, something that she was not in that mission, a small salmon like a mother to son, well, couples. It was not the chestnut's intention to cause wounds, but rather because of his weakness, something he is already used to, and Asia knows it. Upon arriving at the place, a construction site, which is currently sealed for safety, after the appearance of an E rank portal, the place only had hunters between E and D ranks, which were more than enough for this low-rank dungeon. The duo arrived at the place, meeting with the one who would lead this raid. Takiba Siba, a 35-year-old man, with short gray hair, is very kind since he knows the condition of the brown-haired man, which is why he always recommends the brown-haired man when there are missions without danger, to earn a little money. Something that the old man advised the chestnut tree was that he should not get hurt on this mission like the previous ones. A nice touch, but also a little joke about the chestnut tree, but it managed to cheer him up. The moment had arrived. The group was numerous, about 15 at first glance, and obviously, all stronger than the chestnut. Everyone crossed into the portal, only missing the brown-haired boy, who stood in front of the portal for a moment. He took a deep breath, followed by a gulp of air, before clenching his right fist. "I'm going to give my best today," he exclaimed to himself, to cross the portal, towards the dungeon, a mission and a payment. It would be the same another day. He would try not to fall behind, and not give so much work to Asia and the others. Chapter 2. The exploration of an E-rank dungeon has begun, but this would be a second foray into this portal. The first time they thought they had finished it, but it was not so. And as expected from a dungeon, there were monsters, a good amount, but not excessively so, and for the weakest hunter of all, he found himself wounded again. A wound on his right leg, near the knee, a cut given by one of the creatures of the dungeon, although, again he got a small salmon from Asia. Rather than correcting him, the girl seemed more worried about the boy, being the only one who knows healing in the group, user of a good sacred gear. The only one who knew the true reason for the chestnut was Mr. Siba, leader of this expedition. Being an old companion of his late father, he knew what the boy was going through. Many young people today become hunters for reasons of money for themselves, to obtain luxuries. But this young man is different. The boy knows he is not strong, but he tries hard, because of the hospital expenses, hiding under a smiling mask, making everyone believe that he does this for fun. While the rest of the hunters fought, the brown-haired man was the only one who did not have a good skill in combat, nor in the mastery of magic. He stood watching as those of higher rank than him fought, as if this were a child's game. They are really good, in the eyes of the chestnut, users of fire, ice and lightning magic, experts in weapons. For Asia, it was something that was also new to the blonde, but she did it to get some money for the church that raised her, a nun who left her homelands to help them, in addition to exploring the world observed by God. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed that this was over, and it was true. Now everyone was distributing the magic cores. Magic cores are stones that drop when a dungeon creature is defeated. They are very similar to the features of an RPG. You defeat an enemy, and there is a good chance of dropping valuable stones. And for our weak hunter, creatures of higher rank, defeating them would be impossible, if it was already difficult with those of the same rank. The payment for this is technically the payment for the raid, plus a bonus from the Hunters Guild you belong to. Depending on your performance in the raid, this will be the core value you will receive. A single rank C necklace would simply be worth thousands. Due to the problems and injuries the chestnut has gotten, its payment was reduced to a simple rank E necklace, of which it is only worth between 200 to 300. The vegetation of the world not only changed due to the union of supernatural beings, but also the economy became one in itself, leaving behind the value of each country's currency, becoming only one again, which everyone uses. For someone who always puts his life at risk in every raid, his payment was small, something that would not be enough to pay for the house and hospital expenses, but that could be done. It was that or nothing, since Mr. Siba gave him a small bonus. If another were the leader of the exploration, he would surely only receive a simple E-rank core. When everyone was preparing to leave, since the raid had ended, someone discovered another lair, another entrance, something very rare to see, since there were very few who saw this, considering that a dungeon only consisted of one, an extra or secret entrance. It was rare, you can't imagine, they were only rumors. Well, there aren't that many anymore. Something that the group would not let pass, they would exploit it. The entrance was simple, like a cave, there was no light inside it, something they used magic to illuminate the path. The portal's close when the dungeon boss is still alive, which means that those you defeated earlier are just soldiers. Such a discovery would mean reporting to the Hunters Guilds, since if you were to report back, the pay would be lower, so they settled this democratically, by vote. Whether to go fight themselves, or report it to the guilds, which everyone took a while to think about. Among the hunters present, there were some who had retired, but returned to earn some money for their families. Some were already fathers, and it was something they had to do, if they wanted to support their family. In the end, after the voting, the score was tied at 8-8, with only one person left who had not given their answer, and that was the chestnut tree. Asia had voted that she did not want to go, since she knew that going any further would be dangerous. For some reason in the hunter rules there was an option to report it to a guild. The weakest hunter had the decisive vote, and he was deep in thought. If he said no, the money earned by this expedition was very little. The expenses of the house, the hospital, a few nuclei would not be enough at all. From the beginning he did this for his only family, his mother in the hospital. He just had to hold on a little longer. He had decided his answer. Maybe his physical abilities suck, but something he learned a lot when he became a hunter is to manage on his own, to figure things out with his mind, so his answer was this. Chapter 3. This was the chestnut tree's response. He was the last one left to vote. His vote would break the tie. This last vote was that he decided that it would be exploration, rather than reporting. The way to the end of this cave, a walk of about 40 minutes, there was not a single creature appearing along the way, something strange, for a dungeon, which is never quiet. The group of 17 hunters walked, illuminating the path with spheres of fire, which only a few could do. With the brunette and the blonde, it was the first time the nun was in places like this. Since she became a hunter, she had never seen a dungeon so well. It gives her a feeling of bad feelings. The only thing the girl could do along the way was to hug the brunette's right arm, giving him a soft feeling on her arm. The girl had a flowery scent, not intense, but soft. The girl's fear was noticed by the brown-haired boy. He felt a little bad for dragging the girl into this, for the simple reason of wanting to earn a little more money. Something to calm the girl down would be to compensate her in some way, something that the girl does have, and that is, if you really feel sorry, invite me to eat. It was the girl's request, nothing eccentric or exaggerated. A good dinner would be enough, but more than anything, it was the boy's sincere apologies. The blonde feels that the girl is hiding something, like the true reason for being a hunter. No one would risk their life for fun. Maybe he doesn't feel ready to tell it. The blonde's request was accepted. They would go eat after this mission. After this answer, they had reached the end of this narrow cave. In front of the group was a large blue door, with golden decorations as edges, a door that they had never seen in all the dungeons they had been in the opinion of the experts. Some felt the sensation of danger run through their bodies. It was a good definition, but humans are coveted. They had reached the end of this tunnel, and surely behind this door was a good reward. It was the opinions of several, reaching this point, even a glimpse of what is inside, which is what most agreed on this. After all, among those present were experienced hunters, who despite not being a B rank or higher, were of C rank, and that was already some of the strongest in dungeons of this rank. So they proceeded to open the door, which despite its size, was quite easy to open, since the sensation it gave when touching it was of solid rock, but surprisingly, the door was easy to open. After everyone entered the other side of the door, everything was dark, but it didn't last long, since the whole place lit up, not with a strong light, but enough to see clearly. 2 torches of blue flames were the ones that were lit without warning, with only that everyone would pass. Something like this happened in several dungeons, something that they did not pay attention to, since they seemed normal to them. Now that they could see, there were several statues in the place, but one that stood out was one that was sitting in the background, like some kind of king. It was the first time for everyone to see a dungeon of this type. More than a dungeon, if you cleaned it up a bit, you could say that it was once a place of ceremony. Everyone scattered around the place, to see if they could find anything, as well as to explore the place. When everyone entered the center that forms a circle, surrounded by stone statues like knights. What at first were only 2 blue flames, now several torches on the wall were lit, the same blue flame, making it even easier to see. Taking a closer look at the statues, most were statues of knights carrying a sword, while only a few, instead of being knights in armor, you could see their human appearance, and instead of weapons, it was an instrument. As everyone examined the place, a feeling of chills became more and more present, but above all, a strong feeling of being watched by someone. It wasn't their companions, but someone else. Among all the statues in the place, the largest was seated on a kind of throne. It must be said that it was the only statue that stood out from the others, in addition to its size, due to the details, such as the drawn pupils. The statue of a king, large robe, and a large crown, but the black marks like tears coming out of his eyes gave a touch of fear. There was nothing, just statues, no trace of a monster in the place. The exploration continued, until one came across something interesting, a seal right in the middle of the room. On it were found engraved other very strange runes, as if some kind of magic seal, but none seen before. Following the sight of those seals, in the farthest part, there was a statue of a hooded angel, holding a kind of tablet with writings on it. Everyone came to see the writings. It was not written in a language that everyone knows, but some could understand it. The texts were identified as runic text, and what it said was: the commandments of the Temple of Carthanon. First, worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. It was what the first line said. The brown-haired boy also paid attention to the translators, until Asia pulled his sleeve, getting his attention. Issei, Asia? What's wrong? I asked the blonde, who seemed more nervous. Asia, Issei-san, she said with a slight stutter, pointing at the statue of the king. The giant statue, its eyeballs moved, as if it was watching us, said the blonde with a little fear. Third, test your faith. It must have been the blonde's imagination. Because of fear, the brunette looked at the statue of the king. His pupils were still in the same place. Maybe it was the girl's imagination, but it was back then. A strong feeling took hold of the chestnut tree, and it wasn't a good one. The feeling of tranquility of the place had turned into a feeling of cold. Those who do not follow these commandments will never live again. After finishing saying the last commandments, the sound of rocks being dragged quickly attracted everyone's attention. They quickly turned to look in the direction from which the sound came, finding that the door through which they entered had suddenly closed. The first thing they did for this sudden reaction was to know why the door closed by itself, before they recovered from the fear. One of the hunters, he didn't care about respect or anything related to this room, he just wanted to get out of this place. The hunter walked up to the gate, taking the door handles in his hands without listening to the leader's quick warning. The sound of something being cut into the door rang out. One of the statues moved quickly, its weapon swinging, the sound of something being cut, and the sound of something bursting onto a solid surface. This statue had ended the life of that hunter who wanted to get out of here. Only his corpse remained. Nobody knew what was happening. This statue moved, and ended the life of one of its companions in front of their eyes. Kaya. Everyone was shocked by such an event. Asia gave a loud scream while clinging to the chestnut. The statue moved. That was what the chestnut man thought in his mind, but it was then that he remembered what Asia said before this happened. And it was that, the statue of the king, his eyeballs moved. He moved his head slowly. While his gaze widened, a light tremor invaded his body. A dilated gaze turned slowly, until he came across the bright eyes of the statue, or rather, the statue's eyepieces were looking at them. Chapter 4. The hunter who died under the statue's gun at the entrance/exit, if I'm not mistaken, the chestnut tree, that D-rank hunter. This dungeon is also D-rank, but in one hit, was it serious? Their ranks were the same. It was the first time I saw that there is so much difference between the same rank. It was ridiculous. If that statue moved, that means the others did too? Issei's POV. Flashbacks. This is not the first time in a life or death situation. During my first raid, I accidentally got lost and got away from my group. I was hit by an E-rank monster from behind, which led to me being hospitalized for a few weeks. I even almost died after being trapped inside a dungeon. Even though they were all E-rank dungeons, being the lowest, I had to put my video on the line between life and death. Many hunters trade their magic cores for better weapons, to defend themselves from monsters, and gain more treasure, but I can't do that. I always go unarmed. Buying a poor weapon would only result in it being destroyed quickly, and having a potion would simply heal minor wounds, since I cannot afford a good weapon or good healing potions. Is that brat hurt again? In a mere E-rank dungeon? I feel bad for those hunters around him. They have to work twice as hard. You know. These days, he's called the weakest hunter in the world. Meaning that even if he's a hunter, he's useless. These were comments I always heard every time I got hurt. I always ignored other people's comments about me, because I know very well why I do this. And it worked, a job that puts my life on the line every day that could result in my death. I know very well. I know it very well. End flashbacks. NPOV Issei. The eyes of the king statue began to release smoke, while his pupils began to shine brighter, as if he were going to shoot something. Maybe the chestnut is weak, but not stupid. So many incursions, something he has learned, being able to predict the enemy's actions a little. And he knew it would come with this action in the eyes of the statue. In a quick movement, he took Asia's shoulders to throw himself to the ground. Everyone down! The chestnut tree exclaimed loudly, warning everyone, who, in reaction to hearing such a sudden message, heeded the message. They all threw themselves to the ground, dodging a powerful energy blast from the king's statue. That shot simply destroyed everything that came into contact with it. Thanks to the fact that many reacted quickly, they were not hit by the lightning, while a few were not lucky, their lifeless bodies were left burned. Asia could no longer handle the world that was coming at her. Despite being a Class B healer, she only participates in basic raids from rank C and below. But this what they are going through is not at all simple, much less did it look like an E rank. Mr. Shingo had lost his left arm. That shot had hit him. He was immediately treated for that wound by the chestnut tree, experience he acquired on the raids where he always came out wounded, but there was nothing for a wound of such magnitude, only cloth to cover his wound. The man asked the brown-haired man, how did he know he would do that? Something that the brown-haired man didn't know how to answer or say, he had simply sensed the danger. Lord Shingo had had experience of receiving B rank attacks, and he can easily tell that this lightning attack exceeds B rank. The magic communication circles didn't seem to work, which didn't bode well for the group of hunters. The hunters who were still alive did not move, they remained in the same position, while waiting for one to come up with a plan. They had to think things through if they wanted to get out of here. He thinks there must have been a reason why the giant statue started attacking. On second thought, it all happened when the commandments were finished being read. After that, they attacked them. If the statues moved, that means they are the monsters of this dungeon. They are definitely not E rank, but you can be sure that it is S rank. First, worship the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. Third, test your faith. Fourth, those who do not follow the commandments will never live again. It was what was written on the pillars supported by the only statue of a hooded angel. Defeating the other statues would be too complicated. Thinking a little more, the commandments were not directed to everyone, but rather referred to someone, or in this case, to the largest statue. While everyone was trying to calm down, some were planning how to deal with these dungeon monsters. They know it is not easy, therefore, it would take them a long time. A mistake that in going this far, there were already lives lost, and that could not continue happening. Chapter 5. They were all in the same positions, no one moved from there, everyone experienced the same sensation, fear and terror. Some brought potions, but not of such magnitude as to cause such a severe wound, thinking that it would be enough. If there were burnt bodies, but others, children, traces of them, that lightning was so brutal that not even his corpse remained. While others were in shock, begging for help and mercy from what was here. Even Asia Argento, a Class B healer, the blonde, was still on the ground, her hands covering her hatred, while she forcefully kept her eyes closed, despite the tears coming out of her. Even for her, this was too much, that asking for healing would make it impossible for the girl to do her job properly. The best thing for now is to stay the same. When the situation calms down, I would try to run. Even then, it would be quite difficult. Despair sank everyone, fear, for what was happening. It was just a low-rank dungeon, it shouldn't be like this. Even if they managed to evade the large statue, there was still the one at the door, which would surely not let them through. At times like this, madness can be a double-edged sword, whether interpreted as courage, one confident in his speed, getting into a running position for a better speed boost. That hunter was already an experienced one, who was recently able to join a guild, ceasing to be a hunter without a guild, now obtaining those benefits. He wouldn't die here, he trusted his speed, he would cross the door in a jiffy, in an instant. He shot out like a bullet. From the force of the impulse, he cracked the ground where his feet stood. Such action did not go unnoticed by the giant statue of the king that shoots rays from its eyes. Without listening to the warnings of others, the danger of life stalked him like mere prey. Halfway between the hunter's previous position and the door, he was struck by the statue's lightning, a definitive elimination, the hunter's entire body disappearing, leaving only his feet. He had been annihilated by that lightning in his attempt to escape. The hopes of being able to escape were diminishing. Another death was before his eyes. It was horrible. These statues could crush you bugs like a few meters. They can kill you whenever they want. Thinking, there was no answer as to how not to kill them. Instead of waiting for one to try to do something, they didn't come up with any answer. They can kill them, but they don't do it, as if they received a kind of order, which they don't see. The chestnut was weak, but intelligent. He had to think about it. The night statues attack them when they approach the door, the big ones attack them when they move. It was like some kind of pattern. A pattern, could it be? The commandments? Was the chestnut's mind's reaction after thinking about it a lot, arriving at the same thing that this started with, after reading the commandments. First commandment, worship the Lord. That means that statue does not attack those it moves, but rather those who do not show it a sign of worship. The brown-haired boy had realized something. He stood up, where the statue immediately his eyes began to shine, which everyone recognized the action. As the glow in the eyes of the king's statue grew brighter, the young man quickly knelt down. No one knew what he was doing. Perhaps he had gone mad from fear. But no, his action answered his hypothesis, and that is, the statue attacks when you are at a certain height, resulting in the first commandment. To worship it, you must kneel. The action of kneeling made the statue give up its attack. The light in its eyes had gone out. He then said that everyone should kneel. Everyone should kneel. The statue attacks when you are at a certain height. It will not attack if you bow low enough, which literally means bow down and worship it, like the first commandment. Maybe it was a hunch or a coincidence that the chestnut tree discovered it, but this answer, if they helped them get out of here, they had to do it. After all, there weren't many options. They all knelt before the great statue, hoping they could finally get out of here, as if it depended on their lives, which it literally does. The little glow in the statue's eyes went out, as faint smoke trails came out of it, like when something goes out, and all that remains are the remnants of what was once smoky hot energy. Something unexpected happened to the statue. After it stopped emitting energy from its eyes, it had begun to smile in a macabre way, showing teeth. A huge terrifying smile was drawn on the statue of the king. Nobody knew how he had done it, but being the monster of this dungeon, anything can happen. But being a monster, maybe it is like that. The sign of smiling could be that it would stop attacking them. It was then that one of the hunters stood up. The statue did nothing but smile. An action that was repeated by the others. When they were all up, they began to exclaim with happiness that everything was over, but the feeling that something would happen remained in the chestnut. That smile of the statue gave him a bad feeling. It was then, in the midst of the celebration, that everyone felt a sudden stir in the place. The statue had risen from its throne, cracking the ground with its force. If it had been large when it was sitting, it was now enormous. This was not over yet, it was just the beginning. No one had an answer to what was happening again, not even the chestnut tree himself. The statue lifted its left foot, stomping the ground, causing everyone in the place to feel the tremor. If the first time salvation was the first commandment, then to pass on from this would be. Second commandment, praise the Lord. That must be it, praise, that's the key. If so, then. Before they could come up with a plan, Asia Argento wasn't the only one in the group who was religious. There was another hunter who was as well. The aforementioned stepped in front of everyone, since praising and singing was something he knew how to do very well, for obvious reasons. The hunter stood in front of everyone else, in front of the statue of the king who smiled in a macabre way. He took a necklace with a cross on it, to start smelling. I draw near to the Lord. Make me new, and pour upon me his grace. The weakness found within me, he will take it all away. With the love of the Lord. His love holds fast within me. Everyone was watching expectantly to see if it would work or not, but the chestnut tree realized something, and that was that the hunter was praising the wrong god. That hunter kept sniffing, keeping his eyes closed. The statue's right foot rose, slowly moving until it was in front of the hunter, then slowly lowering it to a certain point, and finally, crushing it as if it were a spoonful. The sound of flesh crackling, like splashes, resounded with a dry splash. That hunter had died under the king's feet, for praising a wrong lord. Chapter 6. The hunter who was praising had died under the feet of the statue. He did what the second commandment said, praise, but he praised the wrong lord. The screams of fear and horror were not long in coming after seeing what had happened, and they began to run for their lives as best they could. While a few were paralyzed with horror, they could not even move their legs, only cry for their misfortune, ending up being staked by the feet of the statue. The brown-haired boy took Asia's hand to run with the others. He couldn't leave the girl alone. It was partly his fault that everyone was like that. For better or worse, it was all because of his decisive vote. Running in a group would be easy prey. It would be best to separate. That would divide the attention of the statue, which despite its size, would have to kill one by one. Among the hunters present, some would soon be fathers. They did not want to die here, not when they have a pregnant wife waiting for their return. Although the woman tried to persuade him to stop being a hunter, it was something that the aforementioned did not listen to, since he needed money for the soon-to-be-born children. But luck was not on his side. He ran so fast to get away from the giant statue, that he didn't see where he stopped. He was in front of one of the statues of knights with weapons, dying in it, being cut vertically in half, ending his life, without giving him a chance to be a new father. Praise the Lord, but how the hell do they want to praise a being like him? Not even demons are that sadistic. They ran for their lives towards the statues without thinking. Each one had different weapons, spear, sword, axes, and some that did not have weapons, but an instrument. They seemed to move when approached, as if programmed with some sort of predetermined action. They couldn't get closer or keep running. They had to think of something. It was at that moment that the brown-haired boy's mind made a click. The answer was in the actions of the statues around him, and if we zoom in on one that doesn't have a weapon, but an instrument. If those carrying weapons attack when you approach within a certain distance of them, then the one with the instrument would. Everyone run to the statues with instruments. The brunette exclaimed, while running holding the blonde's hand. Some didn't understand, but others did. And what happened was that when one stood in front of one of those who had an instrument, it began to play. The brunette and the blonde stood in front of the one holding a drum, but for unknown reasons, it did not start playing like the others. It was in that quick moment that he realized that there couldn't be two people in it, only one. Leaving the blonde in that place, he ran away. The chestnut-haired boy ran with everyone. His life depended on this, reaching the last statue that wasn't holding a weapon, while little by little, the giant statue reached him with its feet, almost crushing him. Paying attention behind him, he did not see that he had deviated slightly from the path, leaving in front of him a statue of a knight carrying a weapon, which in this chaos was a shield. But it wasn't a weapon, but the statue nailed its shield firmly to the ground, just as the chestnut had fallen on it. Issei-san. Asia's voice shouted the brown-haired boy's name with great concern, while tears ran down her delicate face accompanied by an expression of horror. The chestnut tree survived, but had lost a leg, the right one, a large part of it. Now it could only crawl for its life. He was crawling through his life. All he had to do was reach a particular statue, while in his mind he could only think of one thing. Demons, angels, fallen angels, yokais, among other mythological creatures, are no longer fiction. Live with them among themselves, coexist with them, showing that all the religions that exist throughout the world are real. The chestnut's mind prayed to all the gods that exist, prayed to get out alive. His life depended on a thread. With all his will he wanted to break that thread that would lead him to death. We do not know if he was hurt or not. whether it was by his own will, but the young man had been left in front of a statue without a weapon or instrument. It was of an angel, who began to sing a melody. All the unarmed statues were already occupied, while the others that were missed died. After all the instruments combined with the singing were put into operation, everything calmed down. The giant statue was a short distance away from crushing the chestnut tree and stopped its massacre. After everything stopped, Asia ran towards where the brown-haired boy was, encountering something that caused the girl to have to cover her mouth to avoid screaming. I saw how the chestnut tree had lost its leg, that shield had cut it. The survivors gathered, 4 survivors and 2 seriously injured. Asia was applying healing to the chestnut, but what was supposed to stop started moving again, and it was the giant statue of the king. The statue of the king began to move, but he did not attack, and instead he raised his hands slightly, causing the whole place to shake. The circle they discovered at the beginning, which they didn't know its function, was rising, turning into some kind of ceremonial table like an altar. This was linked to the 3rd commandment, to test their faith. Since ancient times, humans have sacrificed lives to praise their Lord, as a sign of their faith and respect towards them, but since the supernatural became known, they have stopped doing so. So it means that one of them had to be sacrificed. A difficult choice, but no one here was willing to die, but whoever had the idea of coming here would have to sacrifice himself. It was the democratic thing to do. When he stood on the altar, a flame appeared. No one knew what it meant, but it was something that the chestnut tree was thinking a lot about, due to his weakness. In the sacrificial rituals, when the person being sacrificed was not fit to be sacrificed, a sign always appeared, in one way or another, always telling us that the person was not fit to be the sacrifice. So he wanted to try something. He felt that he was largely to blame for what was happening here. The thought entered his mind that someone like him, not being in the world, would be better. So he asked for help to carry him to the altar. When the chestnut tree with help arrived at the altar, other flames were lit equaling the same number of people who were there. So he suggested that the remaining 2 come too, and he was right. There was the same amount of flames as survivors. It was then that the lines marked on the ground began to shine and emit a kind of ray. After this, the door suddenly opened, but this was not the only thing that happened, but the armed statues began to move, approaching them. They didn't know what else they had to do. They had already passed the 3 commandments. What else did they want from them? The statues had started to move for no reason. Fear took hold of them after thinking that everything was over. The hunter couldn't take it anymore. Leaving the altar, causing a flame to go out, the woman ran desperately towards the exit. While what she saw was this action, she thought she would die. But it wasn't like that. She had passed through the door, and was still alive. And the hunter who was helping the chestnut tree stand, left him lying down to run for his life. The same thing the hunter did, same result, coming out alive. And a 3rd hunter did the same. He threw away his weapon, a sword that could be compacted in his pocket. He had a family too. This was Mr. Seba, an old friend of his father. Even though his friend's son was here, he couldn't go that far. He couldn't take care of that young man anymore. After all, he also has a family. He didn't want to die. So he left the place, imitating the same action as the 2 hunters who miraculously left alive. After the 3rd one left, the door began to close, something that alarmed everyone who was still present. Asia's legs could no longer move. She simply fell to the ground. Something the brown-haired man suggested that they both leave. He would stay, so he asked the other hunter present to go with her. The blonde obviously didn't want this. She refused. She wanted to stay here with him. But the brunette gave her the only magic core he had won in this raid. He gave it to the blonde, who was crying. Issei, I promised you I would invite you to dinner, right? Asked the brown-haired boy, passing him the core. With this I will pay my debt. Before the blonde could say anything, she was left without a blow to the back of her neck. One last favor from the brunette was to take care of her. The unconscious girl was carried by the remaining hunter. To leave the place, he felt bad for the bad fate of the young man. He had so much life, and it had to end like that. The door closed, leaving him alone in this place. Since things would end this way, he would not die without a fight. Even if it was useless, he took a sword that was near him. He would fight against them. But it was useless. He was pierced by a sword, carrying him to remain on the altar. The pain was indescribable. he also did not want to die. Those who escaped were not the only ones who had a family, he had one too. One more attack was enough for the statues to end the life of the chestnut tree, a body that could not take any more, but in its mind it was crying out for life. She wanted one more chance, she wanted to live, tears mixed with blood falling from her eyes. His wish was heard, and moments before a vertical slash fell upon him he stopped. And everything around him began to distort as if it were a bad transmission. And before the chestnut's vision, a warning window appeared on it. He didn't know what was happening, but the following message said, "You have completed all the requirements for the secret quest. Courage of the weak." I didn't know what was happening, but time was running out, but I knew one thing: if I accepted, I could live. If this was an opportunity, he would accept it. His choice was chosen, he was not ready to die, there were still people waiting for him to return. After choosing your option, a new message appeared in the form of a window. "Welcome, player." He had accepted. After this, the chestnut's body was enveloped by a bright light, blinding the entire place. Chapter 7. The brown-haired man opened his eyes violently. As he stood up, he brought his right hand to his chest, while the harsh breathing agitated him. As if he had had a nightmare, he sweated coldly. After a few minutes I remembered what I had experienced, that dungeon. Looking around, he found himself in a room he knew very well, a hospital room. He didn't know what had happened, or anything like that, while in his mind he thought that everything he had experienced in that dungeon was a dream. It couldn't be a dream, it seemed very real. While the young man was in his thoughts, the door opened. "I see you woke up young," said a voice at the door of this room, bringing the brown-haired boy out of his thoughts. A green-haired man, combed back, wearing some kind of strange clothing, as if it were a tunic, but he was someone familiar to the brown-haired man. But where had he seen him? "I'm sorry to surprise you, young man." The green-haired man apologized to the brown-haired man, taking a seat on a small sofa that was nearby. "Tell me, how do you feel?" he asked the brown-haired man. "Issei, who are you?" he asked, intrigued, but that man was familiar to him, but where had he seen him? "Let me introduce myself. Mawajuka Beelzebub." The green-haired boy introduced himself to the brown-haired boy, who blinked several times until he remembered where he had seen him. "Issei Mao Beelzebub." "Nanny?" he exclaimed, falling to the ground, hitting his head, causing a small drop of sweat to appear on the Mao. It was the first time he saw someone react that way when meeting him. Mawajuka Beelzebub, one of the current 4 Maos, who reign in the underworld, is the most intelligent of the demon faction, so much so that he and Azazel are the beings with the greatest intelligence of all. After the brown-haired boy recovered his composure, the green Mao began to tell, starting with this. The chestnut tree was asleep for 3 days after being found in the dungeon. This surprised the chestnut tree, since it was not all a dream, and it was then that he asked about those who survived. 2 of them were left with lifelong trauma. It is said that they could not become hunters again because of how hard they lived. And the expedition leader and sub-leader, one of them lost an arm, which would hardly prevent him from doing missions, and he could also retire if he wanted to. And the other hunter, who was not injured, other than the bad taste of what he experienced, would take less work in case this happened again. And finally, Asia Argento. The B-rank healing hunter is still undergoing treatment for her extreme trauma, but someone saw her talent in magic and sacred gear, offering her better treatments, as well as recruitment by a high-class demon, but that part was something the Mao did not go into detail about. But it will probably take a while for her to accept jobs as a hunter again. There were only 6 survivors, including the brown-haired one, out of the 17 who were part of the raid. And when the guild inspectors found the chestnut tree, everyone had left, leaving only the chestnut tree in that place, lying on the altar. There were no statues or other things described by the survivors, only the altar. The chestnut could not believe it, since the description given by the Mao about that place was completely different from what he remembered. It was a normal cave with nothing, only the altar remained. After being called to the hospital, due to unknown circumstances, Mawajuka would be the one to analyze, with the brown-haired man being the one who stayed, but all testimony was different from what was found. But cases like what happened to the chestnut tree were not the first, but even so, These cases could easily be counted on one hand, something that will be kept secret from everyone. Only those who investigate this know, one of them being Ajuka and Azazel among a few others. Ajuka, young Haidu, this is just a theory, but it is something that we still do not have a solid answer to this explanation. But, said the green Mao to the brown-haired, since the cases where this happened were few, I think you have received something that we call a double awakening. It was what the Mao said in an analytical and serious way. It is true that with the appearance of these portals, both humans and non-humans, in some numbers have received unique abilities, such as being able to use magic. Among other abilities, the sacred gear was no longer the only one that granted certain abilities to humans. But the skills remained hidden, until one decided to become a hunter, even though it was already 80 years. But the answers to this were still very few. A double awakening is not very common, but in special cases, of all the double awakenings, a few numbers have dangerous abilities. There was no proof yet if the chestnut would have a double awakening or not, but it was temporarily a theory. Double awakening: when someone becomes a hunter, they receive what we call increases. It is a common ability, since they are the ones that have more than 56% of the population affected after the appearance of those portals, giving them that ability. It is the most common. But there are cases that are not just simple increases when they become a hunter, sometimes it comes with an extra ability. The weakest hunter, like the chestnut, after receiving his augment, is superior to many humans, but is still weak to dungeons. The first awakening happens when a hunter reaches a certain magic level, giving larger boosts, and very little can awaken a second time, increasing all of their abilities. Awakenings can take a C rank hunter to a rank, or maybe even S rank in one go. Ajuka made a strange device appear with magic, this magic power detector. With this is the way to evaluate a hunter when he wants to rank up, being that the rank of a hunter is determined by his magic power, a system very similar to that of magicians. And to evaluate the magic power, the user has to put his hand on the sphere that is in the machine, and from there, the machine will do the rest. The magical power of the chestnut was evaluated with the machine, giving a result of 10. The lowest power there is so far, since the E rank in power was 70 and up, the results were very low, so the theory of the green Mao was only a theory. Ajuka, I guess even the smartest person makes mistakes, the Mao commented with a sigh, since it didn't give the expected results. The brown-haired boy was of a very low level. The Mao apologized, then said goodbye, since the results were incorrect, and the testimonies remained a mystery. He left, leaving the brown-haired man alone again. The brown-haired boy looked up at a message window, since it had appeared a while ago, but it seemed that not even the Mao Beelzebub saw it. It seemed that only he could see it. Checking his wounds, his mutilated leg, and the blockage on his chest, none of those wounds were found. He was as good as new, not a single wound was found. I couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality, but I started reading the message that appeared in the window, very similar to the menus in the Dragon Quest video games. You have an unread message. Before the brunette could open it to read, the door opened again, but this time it was a brunette with 2 pigtails and glasses, who was wearing normal clothes, tight shorts and a white short-sleeved shirt with a drawing of a red dragon's head on it. It was Ika, who came to see the chestnut tree every day, since he was hospitalized, and found that he was awake. The first thing the brunette did was scold him, maintaining an angry expression. Ika, didn't I tell you not to overexert yourself? She exclaimed angrily at the brown-haired boy, while the aforementioned looked at the brunette with a relieved look. Do you know how worried I was? The girl continued exclaiming. Issei, Ika. Ika, what? Issei, can you see this? He asked, pointing to the window that looked like it came out of a video game. Ika, huh? Did you hit your head or something? She asked the brown-haired boy, but no longer showing as much anger as she had been a few moments ago. Watching how the chestnut was bought, the girl thought that she needed time for the boy to come to his senses, so she left the chestnut to rest, to leave, but without letting him notice that the girl sketched a smile of relief. Now that the chestnut is alone, he proceeded to see how to open the messages. This window was like a kind of touch screen, which was not difficult to open. After opening the message, the following came out. Message. Welcome, player. Quest of the day. Prepare to become strong. It has arrived. It was the message reflected in the virtual window, so he began to see how this worked. Alarm. The growth system that helps players. Alarm. If you fail to obey the system's orders, you will be punished. Alarm. Your rewards have arrived. There were 3 new messages, one in each window. I didn't understand what each message referred to, but thinking back, I had seen a similar window when I was at the altar. The messages had been reviewed. Only one remained, and it was the one that said Quest of the Day, prepare to become strong, so he proceeded to review it. After opening the message, a list of exercises that the brown-haired man had to do appeared, and they were the following. Goals. Incomplete push-ups, 0 out of 100. Incomplete sit-ups, 0 out of 100. Incomplete sit-ups, 0 out of 100. Incomplete squats, 0 out of 100. Incomplete running, 0/10 km. Danger: if you fail to complete these daily quests, you will receive a punishment associated with the quest. It was the message on the window, something that made the brunette sweat and give him a complex expression that he was being taken for a ride. Issei, you're joking, right? He said to no one in particular with a complex expression, then threw himself onto his bed. Hospitalized patients can't do this. I'll check it later, after I sleep. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. The brown-haired boy commented, starting to close his eyes, without noticing that a green clock had appeared in the message, turning yellow, followed by red. And then a new message appears. Alarm. You have not completed the quest of the day. You will now be directed to the punishment zone for a certain period of time. That was what the new window said, something that the chestnut tree didn't pay attention to until the moment of punishment arrived. An earthquake occurred, causing the chestnut tree to appear out of nowhere in a desert at dusk. He didn't know what was happening, thinking it was a dream, but a large lump of sand appeared behind him, attracting his attention. 100 feet people had appeared to him, and it was not at all pleasant. And it was then that a message appeared. Punishment quest, survive. Objective. Survive until the timer runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. It was the message on the window. This message combined with that giant 100-footer, it didn't feel like a dream, something that made the brown-haired boy put a blue face. Issei, you have to be kidding me, said the brown-haired boy with a forced smile and a blue face, while looking at that 100-foot giant. With Asia. The blonde nun was in her hospital room, while in front of her was a red-haired woman with long hair, while her hand was holding a chess piece. A pin was floating in it. Asia Argento, would you like to be my bishop? A beautiful redhead asked the blonde, who didn't know how to answer. She was a nun, and accepting to be the bishop wouldn't be a sin with everything she had been taught. But on the other hand, she knew about the peace that existed between the factions, and her answer was. Chapter 8. It was the chestnut's thought about 4 hours ago, after not listening to the warning not to do the daily quest given by that time window as a video game. I don't hear it. It was common sense after all. A hospitalized person doesn't exercise until discharged, or maybe not. Aha! In a desert in the middle of nowhere, its location was unknown. What at first was only a single 100-foot giant mutant was now multiple. The sun was still in the same position as at sunset, but even though it was in the same place, you could already see how the place was beginning to get dark, as if the sun was slowly going out. A chestnut tree was running in the middle of that confusion. Hospital clothes, shirt, pants, the usual stuff for a hospitalized person, scalded. He was running for his life, while behind him, hordes of 100 giant feet were coming after him. He was running for his life, a punishment for not doing the list of exercises. While next to him was the window that showed the time, he had 10 seconds left. 4 hours running through a wilderness that I didn't know where it was from, but it certainly wasn't from Earth. His feet couldn't take any more, either could his lungs. Little by little his speed was dropping, even though he didn't want it to. It was a mechanism of the human body to make one's limits known. Just a few more seconds was what was going through the chestnut's mind. While one of the 100-foot wave had reached him at the same time, the time clock marked 0, which meant it was over. The chestnut was sent back to the room in the hospital, coming out of the ground as if it had been buried in it with sand, but it was strange, being a second floor. Everything had happened as quickly as when he appeared in the middle of that desert. He was on his knees and hands on the ground, while he took a breath as if there was no tomorrow. His eyes were dilated, while sweat ran down his face and body. Alarm. You have completed the punishment quest. The warning window gave him the message, while the brown-haired boy read a little. Is this really considered a punishment? It was hell. No offense to the demons. The message in the window had changed to something else, but this time there were options that you could select from. Alarm. Your reward for completing the punishment quest has arrived. Would you like to accept it? Accept/reject. That was what the warning window said before the chestnut tree could accept it. His body and mind couldn't take it anymore, reducing him to fall from exhaustion into a state of deep sleep after 4 hours of running for his life. He didn't care that he was on the ground, not at all. He could rest, and that's what mattered. Being a hospital, it is normal for nurses to check on each patient, and this is normal in a place like this. A nurse had entered the room where the patient was the chestnut, finding traces of sand on the floor, and a patient lying on the floor with traces of sand, and all his clothes were dirty. Without wasting time, the woman asked for help with this scene. Skip. A couple of days had passed since that punishment happened. From that moment on, he would not put aside the quest that strange window gave him. He did not want to return to that place. Besides seeing how this thing works that only he can see. Since then, the young man has not stopped exercising. The whole hospital now knows him, like the young man who runs every day. It is not surprising for his quick recovery. After all, I knew he was a hunter, and being someone in that profession, a quick recovery was to be expected. At first glance, the exercises the brown-haired man did seemed light, and in part that's true, but the number of exercises he required was something else, and if people knew, they wouldn't see it as light as they did at first glance. This window was no longer an illusion before the brown-haired boy's eyes. He had already realized it, and no one else could see it. In addition to very varied rewards, which seemed to be taken from the game, such as when you finish a mission, it gave you rewards to choose from, among which is regenerate your fatigue state, points to increase your stats, surprise box, as its name suggests, surprise or chance. It was not just a simple window. What it gave you could use. It was much more than he could have expected. I was discovering more and more things. Everything was systems of an RPG genre game. How the window that shows your statistics. Name Issei. Level 1. Work none. Fatigue 0. Title none. HP 10. MP 10. Strength 16. Vitality 10. Agility 10. Intelligence 10. Senses 10. Increase points 3. It was like a menu that showed the status of a character, the statistic growth system, a simple way to see your growth. Being able to distribute the points was a great favor. The stronger you are, the more levels you will increase, and you will. The growth system is only the first thing, as there were more things you could do. Skill system, or better known as skills menu, there was not much to see, since there were very few skills that the chestnut currently has. Passives. Question mark. Unknown LV max. 15. Muscles LV1. Active. Sprint LV1. Status, inventory, item storage. It's like a game. It felt like someone was controlling this thing from somewhere in the realities. The daily exercises had ended. Possibly there were still a lot of things that he still didn't know about this rare ability, and the objects it gives, like a green key that came out in one of the random boxes. There was a brief description of the key, like a description of items in a game. Item, dungeon key. Rank E. Type key. A key that opens an instant dungeon. You can use it at the entrance to the train station in the district. It was what the key described, brief, but understandable enough. I knew the function. I would go see it. I wanted to find out if this was really a double awakening. Or a test for her. She had to find out. if this key gives her the answers to her doubt, she would go to the station to use it. Being a hunter, the hospital gave him a little more freedom, being that as one of them, it did not prevent him like it does ordinary patients. And besides that, he looked much better. Going out was not impossible, although he only needs a little while for the hospital to discharge him. With permission from the hospital to leave, under the excuse of doing some business, being a hunter, that was his profession, and moreover not belonging to any hunter's guild, he would have to do everything himself. With permission given, it was time to get ready to go. He didn't have much to carry. In fact, among the belongings he had with him when he was found, his backpack wasn't there, only a sword, which he kept in storage, the same sword of that hunter who was once a friend of his father. Train station. The chestnut tree was in front of one of the station's entrances and exits. He wanted to know more about this ability, and whether it was related to a double awakening. There was nothing like it, that the weakest would receive a double awakening, if he had not even received the first one. If it were known by the community, it would be like the laughingstock. He didn't know if he could survive in a dungeon on his own, but he was confident in his ability to run. If things got dangerous, he wouldn't hesitate to run no matter what. The key and how to use it did not have to think much, being that all that window are like a video game, and how to use a key you do not know where the entrance is with the keyhole. Simple. In video games it is always imagining a door in front of you. You do the action as if you were opening a door. It is a theory, but it is very attached to a video game, without realizing that the theory was correct. He did the action, and at the bottom, a blue portal appeared. He had to enter. The chestnut entered the dungeon. After entering, a message came out the window, warning him that he had entered an instant dungeon. Issei, don't tell me, he said sarcastically, as if he didn't know, but the sound of something solidifying behind him quickly caught his attention. He turned around, seeing that the entrance to the portal had solidified like a wall, while someone passed by him, a passerby, who was able to get to the other side. Something that made the brown-haired boy scratch his head over this. He had never seen this before, but he had heard of something similar, red portals that you can't leave no matter what, until you defeat the dungeon boss. These types of dungeons are very rare and dangerous, only for rank A and up. The exit was blocked. He didn't know how he would escape, something that his plan apparently wouldn't work if he couldn't get out. This would be like another dimension, being that it is so similar to a portal, that he didn't know if it was a good idea to have tried now, but the exit response was given to him through a message. Alarm. You can't leave the dungeon without killing the boss or without a sapling crystal. And it wasn't as nice an answer as I expected. Just a few days ago he fought against an E-rank monster, and now he wants him to clear a dungeon by himself. This thing had to be joking. It was impossible. If he barely manages to beat the rank with a lot of effort and with the help of a party, no crazy could he solo this dungeon. Can he really handle it without a party? Chapter 9. There was no choice but to continue exploring the dungeon. I couldn't get out, at least not to beat the boss here. It was technically the train station, same stalls as there, but unlike a well-kept train station, the place looked pretty run down. As if it had been years since a human was here, as if Mother Nature had taken the place back, but instead of a good green, it looked like a cursed place. The chestnut tree walked while looking closely at the place, hoping that a monster didn't come out. The confidence I had when I first arrived was slowly fading away, revealing that this was really a bad idea. After walking for a while, a very strong stench appeared in the place, a presence. Among the shadows, a pair of bright red eyes appeared. Without waiting, it rushed towards the brown-haired man. The beast was a wolf with grayish-red fur. It was not a normal size. It was about 2 meters long and 1 meter high. The beast with its large jaws tried to devour the chestnut, but he quickly jumped back, avoiding it, causing him to only break the ground for the beast. The chestnut tree became alert, looking at the beast. Did he have to defeat it on his own? If with just one goblin it was already very hard for him, and now he has to defeat a wolf on his own, it was impossible. The beast stared at its prey, waiting for the right moment to attack, while the chestnut tree remained alert to this. But its feet trembled, it did not move, they were static with fear. While in front of the beast's sight, its prey does not move, but inside the chestnut tree there was an internal struggle with its fear, Perhaps it was the trauma of what it had experienced in that dungeon. It must have been hard. He cursed himself as he fought his fear. With all his strength again, he was able to dodge another jaw attack from the four-legged beast. The same action was repeated several times. Little by little the brown-haired man dominated. Realizing that his body was lighter, he had never been able to move that way before. Taking a step back, to quickly clear his thoughts, he becomes serious about this. Not long ago he experienced death, and now his cowardice wants to lead him to death. He wouldn't allow it to happen. He wouldn't die here. He was given a chance to continue living. He wouldn't let that beast eat him. The beast launched itself at the chestnut tree. He couldn't keep dodging it forever. He had to finish it off, clenching his right fist tightly. Without noticing the energy particles surrounding it, he landed a strong hook on the beast's jaw, sending it crashing against some bars. Such strength he noticed, and it was strange seeing him. But will this be caused by the increases in his statistics? Seeing again the beast, who stood up, even though the chestnut's strength had increased, the beast was still stronger than him. He began to fight the beast as best he could, but none of his blows did any damage. Little by little the chestnut's body began to get wounds caused by the beast. He didn't have any potions, let alone a healer. He needed a weapon, and it was in that thought that he remembered that in his inventory he had a weapon, not one he liked because of who it belonged to, but he had to use it, or he wouldn't be able to defeat that wolf. He made the inventory window appear, putting his hand in it, as if it were a portal. He quickly pulled out the sword, cutting in half the wolf that had tried to jump on him. A clean cut passed vertically through the wolf, splitting it in half, while blood splattered a little on the place, and the weapon. Item: Lord Seba's sword. Type: sword. Plus 10 ATK. A simple description of the sword, with video game elements. Alarm. You have defeated the wolf Raikan. Alarm. You've leveled up. 2 notifications came out, with different messages. That storage thing is quite useful, although there are spells that can create spaces where you can save your objects without the need to carry it. But that had certain limitations, such as capacity, and that it took a while to use it, unlike this inventory, which was in an instant. There was no time to take a break, since after killing a wolf, 2 had appeared. He had a gun. Fear was something that had to be overcome in order to survive and get out of here. He made a cut against one of them, cutting it horizontally, then looked at the other, thinking a little. These wolves compared to those monster statues were weak. The remaining wolf began to slowly hide from the shadows, as if it were about hiding. Name: Hide Issei. Level 2. Work: none. Fatigue: 2. Title: none. HP: 205. MP: 22. Strength: 20. Speed: 11. Agility: 11. Intelligence: 11. Senses: 12. Points: 3. The chestnut looked at his statistics window, and they were increasing, in addition to giving 3 points to increase any of the stats. Chapter 10. Something that the chestnut saw in these creatures is that they do not drop magic cores, something strange, given that all dungeon creatures do, this being a dungeon, which logically would drop those stones, but it is not. Instead it drops other things. Being what you have seen of this ability, it is based a lot on games. To be more precise, an RPG system. There is the possibility that the monsters in this dungeon are created by that key. Something strange, but logical, since the 2 wolves killed by the chestnut tree did not release nuclei, and instead it was something else. Item: Raikan Wolf Fang. Item class: none. Type: scrap. A large, sharp fang from a Raikan. You can keep it in your inventory or sell it at a shop. It was what those wolves that chestnut killed dropped. He doubted that a shop would buy something like that instead of cores, but he was wrong, since in the description that mentioned a shop, it wasn't a physical one, but a shop linked to this rare ability of his, a shop that can be accessed through the menu, just like in an MMORPG. But since his current level shown in his status menu wasn't high enough, he couldn't buy even the cheapest thing in the shop, so for now he could only sell items, but that was better than nothing. Something he sold the corm, which he received 20 gold coins in return, but he didn't know how much 20 gold coins in cash would be. Worse, seeing that this dungeon is E rank, due to the key indicated, he assumed that it wouldn't be worth much. But returning to what is in this place, the intention was to get out of here. But as I couldn't just like that, I had to kill the boss of this dungeon. Was that or somehow get a return crystal, which is the second option. He doubts what would happen due to his luck. So, he had no second option, he had to defeat the boss of this dungeon. Time is not something that can last him long either, since he did not bring supplies or anything, he only came with what he had from the hospital, clothes. Before I could continue thinking about things, the wolves that had supposedly left appeared, not just one, but several, since among the shadows, you could see how many red eyes were shining. The chestnut tree had already died once, this time he wouldn't die as easily as the last time. He had a chance to live, and he would cling to it. He would kill them all, fight ferociously, as much as his body could endure. For every certain amount of wolves killed he would level up, he wouldn't stop, because if he did, it could be his end, those wolves would end his life. Alarm. You've leveled up. He will not die here or anywhere else, there are people waiting for him, and he has to protect them. Dying here is like losing everything, and that will not happen. He can no longer be like always with someone to help him, just like a weakling. As long as he becomes strong, he would follow the rules of this rare ability that he named. Player. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor how long it took to kill that pack of Rican wolves, but he couldn't stay in the same place. He had to go deeper and deeper into this dungeon, chop up every enemy that stood in front of him. It was either death or them. He walked with the tip of his sword brushing the ground, creating sounds of metal being dragged. While trying to calm his breathing, he was agitated. The only weapon she had, there was a good amount of blood stains on it, as well as on her clothes, and part of her face was splashes. She walked and walked, saving her strength for combat as much as possible, which would be very valuable since she didn't have anything with her to recover her strength. And as expected, more Rican wolves appeared from the shadows, and this time there were more than the previous time. The brown-haired boy sighed at this, accompanied by a serious expression, already leaving behind the insecurity. Apparently he had already overcome that fear after killing so many wolves. He still hadn't put the accumulated points in his statistics. But if it was killing to get out, the answer was obvious. Alarm. You have earned the title, Wolf Killer. Chapter 12. It was the name of the boss of this dungeon. The chestnut had changed his way of holding his broken weapon, now like a dagger, with the handle at the bottom pointing upwards. After fighting so much and increasing his stats to the maximum, he could think and analyze his target better in the fight. Those blue scales seemed quite resistant. He could not pierce it, much less with the weapon he has now, if what he has left is still considered a weapon. Not to mention wanting to hit him. I wouldn't even tickle him. There weren't many options to beat him, with what he currently has. And before continuing to think, the action had begun. The giant snake had begun to attack. With its large jaws it launched itself towards the chestnut tree, but it would not stay still. It moved sideways, but close enough for it to attack. With his sword broken, he tried to attack the body of the snake, which seemed useless. When his weapon made contact with the scales, they created sparks from how intense the friction was. The snake had moved quickly, so it had to attack faster than the creature, and always hit places that seemed more vulnerable. And at the same time weaken the defenses of that thing. The plan sounded easy, and it is, but the difficult thing was dealing with those scales. They were quite thick. The disadvantage it had, and it was the body of the creature, was very flexible. It could easily be everywhere due to the great mobility of its body. A direct collision of his body with the chestnut tree would have killed him. The enemy was gaining more and more territory after one attack and another. Despite being able to deflect the creature's attacks, he couldn't avoid it any longer, receiving blow after blow, to the chest and then to the back, knocking the brown-haired boy to the ground. He was still weak. He thought he had become stronger, but he wasn't at all. Now he was taking a beating from the creature. Those blows had left him on the ground, but he got up, and this time his grip on what remained of the sword was firmer and harder. Despite having killed so many creatures since he entered this dungeon, he has become strong, but as the reality is that there is no strongest, there will always be someone stronger, and for the chestnut, the number was infinite. Escape from the shackles of his weak past, as the weakest hunter in the world, a title that was made known to everyone, since he became a hunter. He had tried hard, but without good results. He was still due to that nickname that the hunters gave him. He launched himself at the giant snake, his sword colliding with one of the creature's stags, but it was stronger, so he sent the chestnut-haired man violently backward. This action was repeated a few times, giving the same result, receiving a few blows from the creature. He had to become strong. Not in his last foray he had realized that he could not trust anyone, no matter what they say. Despite knowing the situation, most of them leave you aside to save their lives, regardless of others. He had to become strong, was his only thought as he faced the boss of this dungeon. With his sword broken, he continued to attack the creature in the same place, slowly making the scales in that place lose their hardness. The stat points he had gained, he put it all into strength. That should be enough. His arms tightly grabbed the bottom of the giant snake's head, beginning to hear the scales on that part cracking as if it were breaking. And that's how it was. The strength that the chestnut had gained had broken the scales of that place, where the creature began to move from one side to the other violently, crashing against the ceiling and walls. Until the chestnut hit the wall, but that did not stop him from continuing to exert force on his arms to continue suffocating the snake. In his mind he only thought about killing it with all his strength. More force was applied to his arms, his life depended on all his strength, he could not relax even for a tissue of muscle. Issei, die! 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 He exclaimed with brilliance. Skip! Alarm! You've leveled up! You've leveled up! You've leveled up! The warning window showed a message that he had climbed several levels, after killing the giant snake by cutting off its breathing. The chestnut-haired man leaned against the creature's corpse, breathing heavily as he slowly regained his breath. You could say he had become a little stronger. There was a long way to go for Delant. There were stronger beings, and he knows about that. Not only humans could be hunters, but also supernatural beings, such as demons, fallen ones, yokais, among others of the supernatural. And he was still very weak compared to the others. He would become strong, so he would no longer depend on anyone. While I was resting, more warning windows appeared. Alarm! You have killed the governor of the swamps, Blue Poison Fang Risaka. Item, Dai Risaka T. Class C. Type Dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger made from the tooth of the Risaka, capable of paralyzing due to the remaining poison. Capable of leaving a bleeding effect. It can be equipped, stored, or sold. Plus chance effect of paralyzed. Plus bleeding effect, minus 1% of your life every second. Item, Risaka Poison. Class A. Type Potion. A pouch containing purified Risaka poison. Obtained after defeating him. Low chance of getting it, drinking it will make your skin harden, but you lose strength. Plus effect, 20% physical attack. Debuff, minus 35% strength. It was the description of the two objects obtained after killing the giant snake. Chapter 13. The brown-haired man sighs heavily, while sitting on the ground, leaning on the creature's corpse. I guess I got a little strong? This is what he said to no one in particular, but to himself. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. His clothes were torn in some places, his weapon was broken, and most of all, his body was in pain, but compared to the broken weapon, after defeating the boss of this dungeon, he had obtained a better weapon than the one he had. He had received 2 items, the dagger and a bag containing the purified Risaka poison. He would keep the 2 objects, he would check it another time. Now that it was all over, he would return to the hospital to rest. He could even sleep on a rock at this point. Alarm! The boss of this dungeon has been killed. The interior of this dungeon will return to normal. A notice made the chestnut known. After this message came out, the whole place began to disappear as if it were a projection, while the chestnut was still there, watching everything that was happening. The rundown environment was starting to look like it always was, a normal station, still in use, as broken places were rebuilt, as everything related to this dungeon disappeared like data. Turning into a station where people come and go daily, there was nothing that made the chestnut tree stay in this place, so he took his broken weapon in his hand, to leave this place. Going up to the exit, Noticing that it was raining, he wondered what time it was. He didn't know how much time had passed. After leaving the train station, he was intercepted by an officer who appeared to be on duty. "Officer, how were you able to get out of there?" he asked firmly, like a trained law enforcement officer. But the brown-haired man didn't understand this question. "Didn't you hear the broadcast?" he asked again. "Issei, what happened?" was what he asked, not knowing what was happening, for obvious reasons. Looking around, besides the rain present, the place had no one walking. Something strange in a place like this. Being a train station, there would always be people walking around. "Officer, what are you saying?" he exclaimed, surprised by the question, since it was an emergency, and the area was clear, or so he thought, looking at the brown-haired man better. His clothes were torn in some parts, traces of a hard fight, and that broken weapon. "Could you be a hunter?" the officer asked the brown-haired man. "A civilian would not bring anything like that or dress in such a disheveled way. Is it that, or he just got out of a fight?" Issei, "Yes, but—" He couldn't finish his answer, but the "yes" was enough for the officer, since the aforementioned immediately guided him to the target location, without giving the brown-haired man time to say more things. The brown-haired boy still didn't know what was happening, but he knew one thing: the officer's orders. Follow him while he guides him, watching his surroundings. I could see cars destroyed, as if they were trampled creatures lying on the ground. There was no need to think much about how the place was. There was only one thing to see, and that is that a portal had opened near here. It was the best answer. Stray demons could not be, since they would have more human characteristics, and besides that, currently there is a greater probability of being the cause of a portal than that of a stray demon, their appearance being too low. "Officer, the nearby monsters were eliminated, leaving only one large monster," the officer explained to the brown-haired boy, which the brown-haired boy paid a little attention to. But maybe it was his increased stats. He didn't pay much attention to the officer's explanations, but was looking in another direction. The irises of his eyes glowed slightly, as it seemed like his pupils adjusted to the distance between him and the target. The sense stats were increased, thanks to the levels raised in that dungeon. It seemed to be able to sense it. In that direction was the boss. "He's definitely the boss." With the boss. At the battle site, this happened with less frequency of creature appearances, as it was due to a portal not being located when it opened, leaving the passage free to the creatures within it. With no hunter there to stop them, they could cross to the other side, to our side, as if nothing had happened. The energy released from the portal, some could be picked up by radars created in conjunction with the supernatural, but the energy particles released by each portal were different. Some were similar, something that could be picked up, while others, the energy was totally new, something that did not enter the radar. The place was cleared a good distance away for the hunters to take care of the only monster left, a rock golem, which appears to be 20 meters tall. The rock golem seemed to have energy flowing throughout its body, blue energy, possibly what is keeping it alive. There were a total of 5 hunters who were fighting against the golem, 4 girls and a young boy. Among the girls was Asia Argento, who apparently recovered a little from what she experienced in her last foray, being a support as a curator. The remaining 3 girls wore a type of academy uniform, red or brown type skirts, white shirts with black vertical lines. The area where this fight was taking place was being surrounded by officers, preventing any civilian from entering the perimeter, something that any civilian would know the danger of. The most interesting thing is that they were all taking pictures of the group of hunters as if they were some kind of star, which is not surprising, since from a social media entertainment perspective, some hunters are considered celebrities. Since the 4 hunters wear academy uniforms, the civilians know them very well, starting with the leader of the group, who is not so difficult to identify, thanks to her distinctive long crimson hair. Rias Gremory, hard not to recognize, sister of Mao Lucifer, a public figure before everyone, heiress of the Gremory house, a house that is one of the most recognized by everyone, but most importantly, a second-year student in the Saint Demonic Cuckoo chain, a beauty before everyone, desired by many. One of the top students of the academy, it was to be expected from the daughter of the Gremory house, perfection, user of the power of destruction. She is the leader of the group of hunters that is present. Despite being only students, due to her skills in real combat, she has special licenses to be able to receive missions of this type when necessary. The next one was a black-haired woman with a long ponytail, a body that was nothing to envy of Rias's. Her name was Himejima Akeno. A beautiful girl the same age as Rias, studying in the same year at the academy, a friend of Rias's since she was very young. An expert in magic, especially in the electric element. Like Rias, she has her own fan club. The third and last girl was different from the previous two, being this one a girl who in appearance looked like a small high school girl, first year, short white hair, amber eyes, wearing the same uniform as Rias and Akeno. Unlike them too, this one was a Patanko. Named Tojo Kaneko, this one is not yet attending the academy, but will be soon, entering at the same time as Aika, but currently has special permission to attend some classes at the academy, as she belongs to the nobility of Rias. Nobility are reflected as a set of chess pieces: king, queen, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 2 knights, and 8 pawns, which are given the name of evil pieces, which are granted to high-class domains. These pieces are used to reincarnate beings that are part demon. It is like serving the king, literally. It must be said that nowadays, since the existence of the supernatural became known, many people have tried to become part of the nobility of a high-class demon. Since it would ensure a good life ahead, many have tried, only a few have succeeded. And the last hunter, who is male, named Yudo Kiba, a first-year student at the same prestigious academy that Rias and Akeno attend. A handsome young man with blonde hair and light-colored eyes, trained in the art of swords. All the hunters present, except for Asia, Akeno is the queen piece, Kaneko the rook, and Kiba the horse of the Rias Gremry nobility. There are only 2 missing pieces of the estuary nobility, because those pieces were not ready to fight. The Gremry nobility gave consecutive attacks to the stone golem, but it seemed to have a difficult defense to penetrate. Every time they managed to break a part of its rocky body, it regenerated with the same destroyed parts. Civilians were taking pictures, while being escorted out of danger from the perimeter by armed officers, while to them it looked like some kind of spectacle. The golem's attacks were fast and almost accurate. There was only one healer in the group, who was Asia, but she stayed slightly further away than normal to apply healing, although it was logical due to the trauma she experienced. With the chestnut, the young man had been guided to the place of the fight. He could not pass through the crowd, nor could the officer's words be heard that he needed to pass, even though everyone was recording everything with their cell phones calmly, but impressed by what they had witnessed. Looking at the group, he didn't recognize most of them, but he did recognize one of them. Long blonde hair, emerald eyes, it was her. He could feel fear in her. He feels it too. It's not that easy to overcome. He couldn't get over it either. No, he shook his head several times. To change that thought, he had to get over it. Whether he wanted to or not, it was his obligation. His grip on the broken sword tightened, and he walked away from the crowd, positioning himself behind them all. Looking at the rock golem, it was rank D, but its defense was higher than its type, being made of rock, maybe. But if we compare it in strength with that snake, the golem is left behind, only saving its skin with its high defense. He took the position as if to throw something, aiming at the golem, footsteps, leaps, and with force, while most of the force went into his right hand, where he held his broken weapon. With great force he threw his broken sword at the golem from a long distance, hitting it full on the face, stabbing it, causing an explosion of the blue energy in his body, a sign of damage he had received. The group of Gremry hunters did not waste this opportunity. Before thinking what that had been, they had to finish off the golem. And so it was, they launched attacks at the same place where that strange impact occurred. The golem collapsed from the attacks, falling to the ground. It didn't take long for the glow of its body to go out, thus ending the battle. After seeing that, the brown-haired man had no choice but to be here. He turned around to return to the hospital, but in his mind he was impressed. That thing fell in one hit. Apparently its life was shorter than expected. It seemed to have a good amount of HP. It's not like he knew it. Generally enemies like that in video games are always the ones with the most lives. Apparently this is an exception. I wonder if there's a passive that lets me see enemy health if I keep leveling up. That was what he asked in his mind. While he left the place, without even seeing the blonde, he felt some guilt for what the girl had to live. He did not know if it would be an idea to show his face. His decisive vote caused the death of many, and the trauma of the few survivors there are. Unaware that in the distance, There was a maid in a black dress, blonde hair tied in a bun behind her head, a gothic maid outfit, and a pink umbrella. A lock of her blonde hair covered her left eye. While she watched in the distance as the brunette walked away from the place, the girl looked from the top of a building. Ajuka-sama was right, this girl does have a double awakening, despite passing under a magic power machine. The maid commented, then disappeared in a magic circle. Name Issei. Level 19. Class None. Fatigue 75. Title Wolf Killer. HP 2220. MP 350. Strength 48 plus. Vitality 27 plus. Agility 27 plus. Intelligence 27 plus. Senses 27 plus. Remaining points 0. Chapter 14. The fight with the creatures that came out of a portal had ended, their work was over, the cleanup of what was caused by their fights would be taken care of by an agency specialized in cleaning up this type of destruction and the corpses of the creatures along with the magic cores. The last monster, the stone golem with blue energy flowing from its body, was the hardest to kill, even though the king of the Gremry nobility, Rias, possessed the power of destruction of the Bale House. That power was not strong enough against the golem's regenerative resistance. It seemed that it would take a long time to pass the golem's high defenses. But it was not like that. Out of nowhere the golem began to collapse. Behind the part of its head something hit it. Everyone thought it was them, but the group knew it wasn't like that. That attack that came out of nowhere and hit the golem wasn't their product, but someone else's. Not being official hunters in their entirety, except for Asia, since the rest had special permits to do missions as hunters. At this moment everyone was sitting in a room, with fine wooden furniture and a table, the lights were on. They were in the Disciplinary Council building, in the Saint Demonic Cuckoo. Note, as I said in previous chapters, the supernatural and the natural are one and the same, so I see no reason to have an occult club, but I suppose the big noses are fools, and will continue to think that a better occult club would have been Kids v. All the members of the Disciplinary Council were resting, while drinking some tea and cookies brought by Akeno. Asia, being a guest of Rias, obviously had access to enter the academy despite not being a student, and being only 1 year younger than Rias. In addition to the fact that the room found one more piece that had not participated in the battle against the creatures that came out of a portal, a blonde girl, who seemed to be the same age as Kaneko, rough, friend, partner, of Kiba Yudo. It is not known who they are, despite always being together in everything, and supporting each other. At first glance they do not seem to have anything special yet. There was a desk in the room, whereon it was a broken sword, a weapon that was in the same place where the golem was attacked, which left him off guard. And there was Rias, who was thoughtful, looking at the broken sword, trying to figure out if it was broken after hitting the golem, or was it before. The missing part was never found. How much force would it have had if it was hit, and already broken? Was what the girl asked? But I would leave that aside, to look at Asia, changing her thoughtful expression to a casual and relaxed one. Rias, tell me Asia, how did you feel during the fight? She asked calmly. She still knows what happened to the girl. At first she seemed to be a good support. But when the time came to fight against that golem, something happened to the girl to lower her performance. Asia Argento, Rias saw her as a good candidate to be his second bishop. He wanted to recruit her, but with her permission, so he would try to forge a good relationship before again asking her. She had asked the question at the hospital, but she was unsure, so the redhead wouldn't keep insisting. She would gain her trust properly. Asia didn't answer. She was deep in thought. Her gaze seemed to be looking at the glass of tea she was holding, but in reality she was lost in her thoughts, remembering the trauma. Giant statues, that king, blood here and there. Asia? Asia! The redhead exclaimed several times to the aforementioned, managing to get her out of her thoughts. Asia, eh? Ah! Hey! She exclaimed out of herself, remembering where she was, coming back to her senses. Is something wrong, Rias-sama? The blonde asked the redhead. She was taken out of her thoughts, yes, but not listening to what the younger Gremry asked. Rias, you were very thoughtful. Are you remembering that, aren't you? She calmly asked the girl, sitting on a sofa facing Asia, This question did not receive an answer, but a somewhat complex expression from Asia, which for Rias was a clear answer to her question. Don't worry, take your time. Little by little we'll stop again, said the girl in a high mood for the blonde. While the rest of those present simply gave a supportive smile to the blonde, well, Kaneko simply gave a thumbs up while eating some sweets with her typical tsundere expression. But changing the subject, Akeno the redhead spoke to her queen, who nodded her head at the call. Have you found who threw that sword? Was her question to her queen friend. Akeno, ufufu, you'll be surprised at how he launched himself, said the black-haired girl with a somewhat mischievous smile, while with magic she began to project a video captured by the cameras in the surroundings of where the fight with the rock golem took place. It could be clearly seen that the person who threw the weapon was a young brown-haired man wearing sports-type clothing, but with traces of a fight reflected in the cracks on his clothing. He had thrown it like a javelin, quite fast. No one present recognized the young man, well, except for Asia, who upon seeing him, was simply surprised, blurting out the young man's name out of shock. Asia, Issei-san? She exclaimed in surprise, something that did not go unnoticed by those present. Akeno, era, so you really know him, said the black-haired girl with a smile to the blonde. Since the reports they have of the young man, he joined Asia and was one of the 4 survivors of the massacre in that dungeon. This report still did not show his king, since it would start with the recording. Rias, what? Akeno, explain yourself, said the redhead to her queen, who continued to show a smile, while her eyes were closed. Himejima began to tell about the last thing that was known about this young man, his last raid, which was with Asia and other D&C rank hunters, and that he is the 4th and last survivor of that massacre in a low-rank dungeon. It was not long ago, but a week before, and that since then he has been recovering. He is known as the weakest hunter in the world and in history according to the records of all hunters, which was what could be investigated about the young man. Rias, so the weakest hunter I have, said the girl thoughtfully as she looked at the recording again. That didn't seem weak. A broken weapon, well, from my point of view he doesn't seem as weak as they say he is. Akeno, was the redhead's comment. Kiba, I think the same, commented the noble's horse. Kaneko, for two, the white-haired girl commented, but then she continued eating a bag of cookies. Rias, Asia, could you tell me how you connected with Hayate Issei? Was the question she asked the blonde, who nodded positively. Asia, well, it all started a year ago. When I just arrived in this city in this country, the girl began to tell how it all began, when she and the brown-haired man met for the first time. With Hayate Issei. Several days had passed since what happened with the golem. Every day, he received daily missions, which were the typical exercises that he did not complete when he first got them. Since that punishment for not doing them, he has not stopped doing those exercises. He did not want to be sent to that place again. We are currently in the Haidu apartment, where he has lived with Aika for years. Aika, I'm going out, exclaimed a brunette with pigtails and glasses while getting ready for her sneakers to go out. Issei, be careful with the cars, said a sleepy brown-haired boy, while giving a big yawn, passing a hand to scratch his abdomen, revealing a bit of his well-formed abdomen. Aika, have you been working out? Was the question the brunette asked, standing in front of the brunette, noticing that he had grown taller in such a short time. Now that I see you, your body looks more toned and taller, commented the girl, using her hand to compare her height with his, giving a difference of 30 centimeters. Issei, a little, he commented with disdain at the brunette's question, changing the subject. Where are you going? If I remember correctly, you're on vacation waiting to enter SDK, Saint Demonic Cuckoo. Aika, well, SDK called me to pick up the uniform and process some final documents, the girl commented to the brunette, her gaze not leaving the brunette. May I? Asked the girl, pointing at the brunette's abdomen with her finger. Issei, power what? Aika, tell me if I can or not. Issei, of course, he answered without knowing what the girl wanted. The brunette wasted no time taking the brunette's white shirt to lift him up, managing to see his abdomen, to pass a hand to exploit it. Aika, it's for luck before going out, hee, she said mischievously. Issei, what kind of good luck is that? He exclaimed while trying to lower his shirt. It's been a long time since the girl had become a little perverted, but for unknown reasons, and apparently today she is more hyperactive in this sense. Skip. After the somewhat perverted chestnut left, the chestnut was left alone. He had nothing to do, he had finished the exercises. This ability has not shown more missions beyond the diary. As he sat comfortably on the couch, with the TV on, he checked his stats, but his thoughts were interrupted when his cell phone rang, and it was about this month's rent for the apartment. Chapter 15. Spending a month in the hospital, that does not prevent the flow of things from stopping. The absence of the brown-haired boy in the Haidu apartment, leaving the temporary care of Aika, would not last long. She was the guest living in the house. The rent of the apartment could not be asked to the girl. And it seems the owner of this building was a little compassionate with the chestnut tree during the call, understanding the situation. After all, that owner had seen him grow and mature at a very young age. 2 weeks would be the most he could give. It was the most he could, without stopping it becoming a bad habit, and until then he had to get the money to pay the rent, and next month's rent would only be half. Present. Getting money was the only thing the chestnut's mind was thinking about. There was no other way to get money quickly in a clean and legal way than to go on a raid, and he had just found several requests that required personnel. He wasted no time. He dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt inside, a blue jacket, and blue jeans and tennis shoes to go this way. He had a weapon, but he had it stored in the inventory of that rare ability. I still didn't know how good it would be, if it was durable, or if it broke easily after a few uses. I would find out, but keeping a low profile. If I knew the weakest hunter of all time got a double awakening, I'd be the laughingstock of everyone. Hunters kill monsters and get money. This phrase would be more for humans, while on the side of supernatural beings. In part it is a way to earn money, but for humans, they are the ones who would identify most with this phrase. The more experienced the hunter is, and the higher their rank, the more money they get from fewer raids, and those monsters are determined by the portal rank. There are fewer S-rank competitions, as not many are at that level, globally speaking of course. While in rank C to A, the competition is moderate, but while in rank E and D, which are the last two low ranks, the competition is much, since these portals in recent years have become scarce, resulting in each raid of these two ranks are in groups, either for security or to give jobs to those hunters. Therefore, they are much more difficult for the E ranks, being the lowest. There are no guilds that accept them. They are like independent hunters, and even if they belong to one, it would be difficult to give them a suitable job for them. Low-rank hunters could never enter a portal beyond rank D. That's what rank promotion is for. Each hunter becomes stronger over time, whether by leaps and bounds. The point is to grow in their magical power. Thanks to supernatural beings, they can measure one's magical power, represented in numbers. If that number is within a certain range of magical power, they will be promoted based on their magical power. Returning to the present, he had been able to find a raid. Apparently it is in the same place where his last raid was, which did not come out entirely safe. Noticing that there were several hunters who recognized the chestnut tree, some began to laugh at seeing him, and the title that everyone knows him by. The weakest hunter in the world. Comments like this were something that did not affect him. It would have been the opposite, but the new one, after living between the gap of life and death for himself, his nerves were slowly turning into steel. And the one who seemed to be the leader, a man between 25 and 30, was the one who placed the announcement requesting a hunter for this raid, and he kindly received him to be part of this team on this mission, and the brown-haired man accepted the gesture of kindness. The chestnut's job would not be to fight, to be known as a weakling. He would have another job, like collecting everything that the monster drops when it is defeated. The pay was more than what he got when he fought, so it was not bad at all. Analyzing those present, thanks to his high statistics, he could identify the power of each hunter, but not so accurately. There were several of rank C, as the highest rank present, and others of rank D below average. To enter a dungeon of rank C or higher, there must be a group of at least 10 members, of which half must be of the same rank as the dungeon. Among the hunters present, apart from the one who seems to be the leader in this raid, no one spoke to the chestnut tree. Only the leader, and a young man of the same age, apparently spoke to him kindly. He had a bright smile. Everything was normal, but what put the brunette with a face of check was the young man's clothing. Short brown hair, black eyes, everything normal, if it weren't for his armor. His name is Hashikawa Sunio, and he's a D-rank hunter? It was a joke, right? That shiny light armor and that shield, and all of a D rank? No way! There was only one answer to this, and that is, that the young man is the son of a millionaire. But which one? Hashikawa. There was no rich family with that last name, not that he remembers. Out of politeness, the chestnut-haired boy returned the young man's greeting, and then signed a document stating that no one would blame anyone for accidents inside the dungeon, which was logical. Worse, this team seemed a bit strange, since they were only pure attackers, either short or long distances as swordsmen and mages respectively, since it was rare not to see a healer in today's teams. It was time to go in, since everyone seemed excited about killing monsters, so the brown-haired boy took a backpack where he would store the items. Not before receiving a message from young Hashikawa. You said you're rank E, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you, he said with a smile and a thumbs up, only getting one expression out of the brown-haired boy at this comment, an expression of being in check. Issei, yes thank you. Chapter 16. The raid had begun. All the hunters entered the portal in these facilities under construction. The chestnut tree was carrying a whole backpack containing stone-digging tools, among some emergency supplies. The backpack I had to carry was big, it must have been heavy, and it is, but thanks to the strength points it has, it wasn't a problem. Everyone was quiet, except for young Hashikawa, who kept trying to get the brown-haired boy to start a conversation, who only responded with a yes, who. It's because the brown-haired boy is a bit quiet, or because that young man talks a lot. Young Hashikawa, for being a D rank, has pretty good weapons, the best he has seen from the brown-haired man's point of view, since those of rank, generally a D rank, barely have a good weapon, and not to mention carrying a spittoon, which will not happen, and this young man defies that law. Seeing how everyone else is equipped, it was very different compared to the other hunters he has met, since the ones he knows do not even wear light armor, they generally wore normal clothes. On the other side of the portal, it was a rocky cave, where there was no light, but thanks to the fact that the group had several magicians, creating light is nothing out of this world. It was a straight path, up to a certain point, that the path separated into two parts. No, looking a little further up from them, there were other holes that seemed to be another path, as if it were an anthill. 30 minutes of walking, and there was no sign of a monster on the way, since normally the dungeons have some light, and this one was all dark, not to mention the monsters. While everyone was coming up with theories about this, the brown-haired man continued to analyze everything around him, starting with the first thing, darkness. Generally there is light in the dungeons, since not even the monsters themselves can see in the dark. That means that whatever they find here, the darkness should not be a problem. It is impossible for a dungeon to exist without monsters. It would be strange to call it a dungeon. The only thing that could be is that it has not appeared before them yet. His heightened senses of hearing helped him quite a bit, being able to hear along the different paths of this dungeon some footsteps. No, hundreds, thousands of footsteps sounded. Quickly, they didn't seem to be from something with two legs. It must have had a lot. Tick-tick. It was the sound of footsteps, which only had one thought come to mind. Seeing how this place is related to normal life, the only thing that could live here was insects. The sound of something being close was getting louder, but I couldn't see anything yet. It wasn't coming from the sides, but from above them. There were many ants of a large size, as if they were dogs or cats. They were not excessively large, but the number was very large. And since the chestnut tree is only a collector of what the monsters throw, its fighting role was null, so under orders, it maintains a distance from combat and danger. As I watched everyone as the C-rank hunters did their job, and the teamwork was pretty good, I could now see why they said they didn't need a healer. The leader along with the others who are tanks took on the role of covering those who attack. While the rest that were not tanks attacked in a synchronized manner, it seemed as if they had been fighting together for a long time. While with the young Hashikawa, the aforementioned, he had good equipment, but seeing his nervous expression, one could say that he lacked experience, but could improve. Watching everyone fight, I didn't notice an ant quickly approaching the chestnut tree to attack it, but it was sent flying with just a soccer-style kick to the insect that remained outside. But it was a little frustrating, since he had planned to test his newly acquired skills, but it seems that it will not be possible, so he will focus on fulfilling his role to earn that money to pay the rent. After finishing fighting this wave of ants, it was time to collect the cores that those monsters dropped. The leader praised the chestnut tree for telling them where the enemies came from and how he knew it, to which he simply replied that he had good sense. But looking a little further, there were some ant corpses with strange wounds. They didn't seem to be made by a sword cut, nor burns from fire magic. It wouldn't be strange if there were one or two with these kinds of wounds, but in this case, there were many, and that was what made it strange. They had to be wounds made before fighting them. That meant there was a strong monster among them, a boss or... The expression and the air of the environment became heavy. Something strange happened to the hunters present, something that was noticed by the brown-haired man, who began to analyze this. Everyone except Hoshikawa emitted this kind of air about them, his senses alerting him to be careful. This was a bad feeling, I felt it, they had said in unison. It smells like money. It's not the strangeness of that phrase, but how they said it. She had to be ready for whatever was coming, and get that young man her own age out of here if necessary. The brown-haired man's gaze would not leave them. It's as if they were other people, showing the other side of the coin. Chapter 17. The size of a dungeon can vary, but not according to its rank. That depends on the circumstances, which are still very little known. Since exploring a dungeon can take from hours to weeks to know the location of the boss, and this dungeon is one of them, different paths that lead you nowhere but around. Just like an anthill, and the chestnut tree's job was to carry the luggage, without any involvement in fights. It sounds simple and the pay was good, earning money without fighting. It sounded like a good deal. Or so I thought, until a window with a warning message kept shining as if it were an urgent announcement. Beware of lizards. That's what the unexpected message said, and in red letters. He didn't know why that warning message appeared, but he was sure of one thing, after putting his life in danger with each raid. Thus achieving a greater sense of survival from danger, and adding to its points and senses. I couldn't have been more right about what I felt, that feeling of danger nearby, waiting to stalk you. Something about the other hunters except Hoshikawa didn't please him, like an air of evil emanated from them, despite looking normal, certain gestures he couldn't hide. The group had been walking for some time, without finding any intact monsters, other than their mutilated corpses. They continued walking, the leader was ahead, until he stopped to see something in the darkness, thanks to the firelight that managed to illuminate something. The group stopped on their walk to start creating several fireballs to light up the place, and what they found surprised them. There were piles of cobwebs everywhere, with their prey captured and wrapped in it. The group became alert as they began to move again, entering this cobweb-covered path. About 15 minutes into the depths of this path, what they encountered left them speechless. Glowing blue crystals, known as mana crystals, which as the name suggests, contain mana or magical power. But these crystals, unlike magic cores, are not worth as much due to their low power, but if there are as many as the ones packed here in this cave, that would change the price balance. With all these stones, it would be worth at least 1 billion, which even splitting it would still be too much for each person. Between murmurs, they said that they would divide this loot between them, but Hoshikawa noticed the divisor number, 9, which the D-rank young man with shiny equipment began to count, leaving one out. It would be the E-rank young man he met just a moment ago. He had nothing to lose, but assuming the role of the chestnut, Hoshikawa sensed that the chestnut should be excluded, so he asked for the document that said everything about this raid, from rules to profit. He may have been the son of a billionaire, but unlike those spoiled children, he had knowledge of business and asset management, both in documents and stocks. The chestnut had no problem showing his contract to the young man, who analyzed every word written in detail, and realized that it said nothing about dividing anything other than monster crystals, so he would tell the leader about this small gap. It wouldn't be fair for everyone to get their share except the chestnut. So I asked the leader about this gap in the contract, while Hoshikawa was asking that to the group leader. Instead of dividing by 9, but 10, the brown-haired boy noticed again that feeling of danger and bad feeling present, and stronger than ever. It came from the hunters, but it was only for an instant, but it was enough to determine the conclusion. After Hoshikawa finished asking, the leader accepted this change from odd to even divisor, but first they would have to take care of something, so he pointed above them. A huge red creature was above them. It was gigantic. It must have been the one who killed all those monsters. This must have been the dungeon boss. But despite being on top of them, he showed no signs of moving, which led them to suspect that he was asleep. Carrying all these crystals would be quite difficult in the presence of a boss, since if you defeat it, the portal would close in a short time, and you would not have enough time to get the crystals out of here. The team wouldn't let such a portal escape, so they would go for better digging equipment, while the chestnut only carried picks in that backpack, which would wake the creature because of the noise. So they said they would go for more sophisticated equipment, leaving Chestnut and Hashikawa to watch over this place. 2 rookies alone, quite strange in the eyes of the brown-haired man. Was it necessary for all of them to go? The truth is no, they are plotting something, and it is certain, but he had come to this answer when he had lost sight of him. By regulation, it is necessary to gather at least 10 hunters to enter a portal of rank C or higher. But before entering, that leader had said, "We always do it that way." Not counting him and Hashikawa, there were 8 members. He always did the same thing as he said, and 2 more places to fill would not be anything important, much less their lives. The only exit and entrance in this part had collapsed with a loud explosion, causing multiple rocks to start falling and sealing the entrance/exit. Assuming that since he started to feel that bad feeling, the suspicions were clear, and the message from the skill player too, those bastards are the lizards. Meanwhile, outside the portal, in the apartments, there was a blond man in the SD Gakuin uniform ringing the doorbell of one of the apartments. To be more precise, he had a sign on the door, the kanji of the surname Hayadu. It was the apartment where the brown-haired man and Aika have lived for some time with the parents of the aforementioned. And the one playing was Kibayuto, Rias Gremory's horse, who came here to be able to summon the chestnut to a meeting. Ding dong. The doorbell in the apartment rang several times, but there was no response, making it clear that he was not at home, which was unfortunate as they would not be able to contact him. Apparently it wasn't a good time to come now, since you're not home. Would it be better to wait? Or come back another day? He would tell his mistress the result. It would be better to come back another day. Chapter 18. Lizards, a name that arose and was given by hunters themselves, to those who are something more than just ordinary hunters, not in a good way. Being a hunter is not an easy job, but it is common in dungeons, and for lizards, even when they commit a crime inside, it is quite difficult to prove. There are no cameras in this job, no one knows what happens inside the dungeon, only those involved in the raid know. So there is no one who can stop a crime being carried out within this, and the lizards, in their eyes, if you are weak or get in their way, will eliminate you. Even if you can get the judgment towards them, they will simply detach their tail to free themselves, and that is why you have to be careful with them. With the lizard hunters. The group of 8 hunters had left the dungeon. After knocking down the only entrance to those mana crystals, they had no problem returning there, after memorizing the path. For now, I would just rest until that boss kills those 2 young men to go back to sleep, and then they could get those crystals out of there. The weakest D-rank hunter, along with a D-rank rookie, no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to defeat the boss. If after that it still doesn't work, at least they could have the equipment of that D-rank hunter. It was obvious that they were very expensive, even though they have experience. A boss is a boss, and that doesn't change the balance of loss. Now it was only a matter of time before he made a fortune. 2 lives lost would be nothing, no one would care about his death. With Issei and Hashikawa, the only entrance and exit in this part of the dungeon was blocked. This clearly shows their intentions to kill them. They had fallen into their trap. There was no way to do anything. They all had their eyes on these 2 young men from the beginning, 2 dead weights. If one of them had done something to get out, before all this happened, they would have done something to stop them, in other words, kill these 2 young men. As Hashikawa cursed them for this, the brown-haired boy dropped the backpack he was carrying, to look at a certain boss. Getting out of here was the least difficult. It wasn't a big problem, but that explosion had woken up the dungeon boss. That was the problem. Hashikawa immediately started fighting with his weapons to start confronting. He would think of something. The young man was scared, but even so, he had no intention of running away. He had his reasons for becoming a hunter. he wouldn't give up on this. He was the only one who could do something about it. He had to protect the E-rank hunter who was here. Hashikawa, many eyes, a horrible mouth, enormous size, long legs, he said, features of the boss. While trembling a little, his strength is on another level. The creature was starting to show hostility towards the two of them. They would definitely eat them like those ants. Another level? It sounded silly, was the brown-haired man's thoughts as he remembered that statue. He smiled nervously while sweating a little. He started walking forward past Hashikawa. Issei, stay there, said to the D-rank hunter, who was surprised by this. Already in front of the boss, his right hand appeared aglow, materializing the Risaka dagger. This is mine. Hashikawa, what are you doing? He exclaimed, worried for his partner's life. Issei, kill him, was the only thing he said while waiting for the boss to start with the first attack. What the brown-haired man said was crazy, killing them. If that was his plan, he would need to be rank C or higher, and he was nowhere near among those ranks. Despite being reborn, he was still weak, but this feeling was different now. He felt no pressure to leave him on his knees coming from the boss. The Risaka snake was strong, a boss above E rank, while the golem was tough but not strong in other aspects like Risaka. It would be D rank or lower. It was strange. I didn't feel intimidated by this boss unlike the first one. Could it be that he had become a little strong? Maybe. The large spider launched itself with its large jaws towards the chestnut tree, who quickly jumped on it, giving it multiple cuts that damaged the surface of its body. Managing to damage him a little, seeing how his dagger had traces of the boss's green blood. Falling behind the monster, he turned his gaze a little to see the spider boss. Not for nothing is a hunter called a hunter. There are several reasons for his name, and this is one of them. To hunt or to be hunters? And the chestnut tree is about to hunt this spider. Let the hunt begin. The chestnut tree launched itself at the spider, and the best place to attack is on the spider's back, where it could converse a greater number of attacks. As their fight was witnessed by Hashikawa, who had a shocked face, he could not believe what he was seeing. Hashikawa, that is he an E-rank hunter? Was the only thing he could say, while he watched the brown-haired boy attack on top of the spider with great agility. Name, Haida Issei. Level 18. Class, None. Fatigue 5. Title, Wolf Killer. HP, 2220. MP, 350. Strength, 50. Vitality, 27. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 27. Sense, 29. Equipment. Risaka dagger, plus paralysis, plus bleeding, plus 25 attack. Chapter 19. The rookie D-rank hunter watched in surprise as the known weakest hunter faced the dungeon boss. As the chestnut tree moved sideways to avoid each thrust of its sharp legs and then counterattacked with its dagger. The boss's skin was too thick, so the damage he received was very little. It was his only weapon he had, and if he wanted to damage him more, he had to cut deeper. There weren't many blind spots for the spider, especially with those multiple eyes it has, those long legs that can reach all over this place, added to its great strength to pierce everything easily. Each attack was more threatening than the last, making it possible for her to get closer to him with each second. Hashikawa watched this in disbelief, wondering what the chestnut was. An E-rank hunter? No, there was no way he could be one with what he had witnessed. But clearly in the records he has it is of rank E, and of the lowest, those fast movements are not at all of an E rank, and there was only one answer for what the chestnut is. It was only rumors that he heard. He had never been able to see one with his own eyes. Until now, the chestnut could be fake rank or ending. Among the hunters, there are some who can control their magical power. With this mastered, they could obtain a lower rank than they actually are. And some hunters who can master their magic level to obtain a low rank are called false ranker. But there is only one problem with these people, and a very big one, and that is that the rankers are usually psychopaths who have murder as a hobby. Looking at the brown-haired boy's face, he noticed it was a little gloomy, noticing how much shadow covered his face, his bright blue eyes that gave off signs of light of the same color, while he continued fighting against the boss, causing more cuts. Young Hashikawa fell to his knees on the ground, cursing himself for having come to this place. And it was his first foray, and it wasn't going to end well, as his spirits suddenly plummeted, as he began to cry. For the chestnut, he didn't know how much time had passed since he started fighting this boss. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? His stamina was going down, while his skills showed that his fatigue was at 57 points out of 100. As the fatigue was higher, his stamina would go down according to the fatigue. And he still hadn't been able to do a little damage to him yet. He couldn't drag this out any longer. Using brute force and his speed wouldn't be enough. He had to make use of his weapon's special ability. Paralyze effect, when attacking has a chance to immobilize the target. Bleeding effect, the enemy loses 1% of its life every second. Despite having given many cuts to the boss, these skills had not been activated. It was possible that everything that has hit has not given deep cuts to activate those two skills. You can't always face the monsters, so if you can't face them, you have to look for their weaknesses, exploit their weak points to the maximum. Analyzing the boss, the natural weak point would be the head. His eyes may be the weakest part. The chestnut dodged a spit of acids from the large spider. This attack was new, but equally dangerous or more, seeing how the ground that came into contact with the acid had made a hole. If he used this as his ace up his sleeve, it must be because he became desperate after seeing how the brown-haired man evaded his attacks. He couldn't continue fighting all day, while the boss apparently could, and if this continued, he and Hoshikawa would be lost. They had to finish this quickly, close the distance as fast as possible, just like now, and a little more speed would be a great help. Active Sprint increases your movement by 30%. Gathering strength in his feet, giving a strong push, he managed to cut the distance between himself and the boss, surprising Hoshikawa, to see how the distance was shortened with a single movement. This time, instead of going against the spider's back and legs, this time it was on its head, on its eyes. Giving multiple cuts to the head, managing to activate the paralyze ability of his dagger, in addition to damage, but the creature's resistance was still high, nullifying such a secondary effect. Without slowing down, and in just 1 minute he had made over 45 cuts, but doing all this had increased his fatigue to 61, which was bad, and he had to finish this quickly. If you wanted to keep both effects of your weapon active, you had to deal a critical hit, you had to do it faster, more. Cut after cut, while he continued fighting, until with a blow from one of the boss's legs he was sent crashing to the ground, with a fatigue of 70 out of 100. Without wasting time, the spider quickly used its other legs to impale the chestnut tree. Whoever was looking at this, while having to do something quickly, had not used any of his prizes given for completing the daily quest list, that is, exercises, and it was a good thing he didn't use it, since at this moment one of the objects was quite useful to him, and he had several. Issei, status recovery, he said in a low voice, while showing a command window with the named object. I accept. After saying he accepted, he quickly stood up suddenly, stepping over the leg that was going to impale him, which only hit the ground, quickly approaching the boss's head, stabbing his dagger into one of his eyes, drawing a roar of pain from the beast. But he didn't stop there. He took out the dagger to stab him again, repeating this many times, while he saw how multiple messages of the activation of the two abilities were activated again and again. Paralysis effect was activated. Bleeding effect was activated. 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 I don't stop until the monster hits the ground with no signs of life, and then another message pops up. The dungeon boss has been killed. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. In his mind, after finishing this fight, he thanked any god, like Odin, Shiva, Buddha, etc., that he had not used the daily rewards, and instead saved them. If it were the opposite, he expected the worst. Now he proceeded to take out anything useful from the boss, such as the core, which he could exchange for money. While all this was witnessed by Hoshikawa, who had no doubt the brown-haired man had defeated the boss alone. This person in front of him is definitely a faker, fake ranker. Hashikawa, sir, he said nervously to the brown-haired man, who was opening the boss's body to take out his core. The man addressed him as Sir. Do you want me to carry his magic crystals here, sir? Was what he asked while keeping a nervous smile, and without stopping, sweating, carrying the backpack that the brown-haired man had to carry. He was a faker. The least Hashikawa wanted was for this faker to kill him. The way he addressed him as Sir seemed strange to him, and he also offered him a bottle of water, which was a bit strange, but thinking that the brown-haired man saved his life, that's why he acts like that. And after giving the bottle to the chestnut tree, the young man immediately took some out of his backpack to dig the mana rocks, and the chestnut tree looked at him strangely. Boom! Boom! The entrance that was sealed with rocks opened with an explosion, drawing the attention of the two young men, leaving them to do what they were doing. The brown-haired man became serious. While he looked through the smoke at several human silhouettes, they had returned. Name: Issei. Level: 21. Class: None. Fatigue: 0. Title: Wolf Killer. HP: 2600. MP: 391. Strength: 53+. Vitality: 30+. Agility: 38+. Intelligence: 30+. Meaning: 32+. Points: 3. Skills: Passive. Unknown max. Muscles: LV 1. Active. Sprinter: LV 1. Equipment: Rasaka. Dagger. Chapter 20. Boom! The rock-sealed entrance had been blown apart by a loud explosion, drawing the attention of the two young men. For the chestnut, he knew who had returned, a serious look, waiting for what could come, a possible confrontation. Noticing among the smoke created by the explosion several silhouettes of people, it was them, there is no doubt about that. The smoke cleared, showing the 8 hunters who left the two young men here. All of them did not have a good face, since the result they expected was different. The two young men were still alive. They wondered why they were both still alive, and how the boss was dead, while looking around. The E-rank chestnut tree couldn't be, but his sense of perception was high, and that D-rank rookie might be, since with those equipments he was carrying, it was possible that he had some kind of extra ability. It must be some kind of weapons blessed or strengthened by some supernatural blacksmith. But in his eyes, a D-rank and an E-rank had defeated a C-rank boss in all its evidence. He had underestimated these two young men. And now these two troublesome brats had become their enemies. That hunter Hashikawa Sunio turned out to be the youngest son of the president of architectures Hashikawa Garu, being the one who builds all the hunter guilds among other architectures. The leader, completely ignoring the brown-haired boy, went straight to talk to Hashikawa, wanting him to get them a talk with his father. And it turned out that the young man did not hide it. He was the son of that millionaire, and being the son of a multimillionaire, the leader of these hunters offered him the opportunity to live. If he killed the chestnut tree, this surprised the young man, but not the chestnut tree, since he expected something like this to happen coming from some lizards. That Sunio kills the chestnut and enters his group, it was the only way he could get out alive, otherwise he will die too. The young D-rank man was slow to respond. While his face filled with doubt, he knew that this was not right. It was not something he would do. He glanced at the brown-haired man who saved the boss's life. He seemed calm in this situation, something that surprised the young man. If he could be so calm, he would have to doubt at least. He took his sword and shield, to put the chestnut tree aside. Firmly grasping his sword and shield, he faced the 8 hunters, giving this as his response to the proposal of the leader of these hunters, which even surprised the chestnut tree with this decision. The chestnut tree thought that the young man would choose to live, but instead, he took his side. This action was not well received by the evil hunters. It was a problem for the son of a rich man to take charge, since they would lose a valuable resource, but they had no choice. He would take care of the weakest first. Referring to the brown-haired boy, he would have a second and last chance for the D-rank young man, so everyone took out their weapons, while a few created fire magic to attack. Have you two ever killed a human? That was what the leader asked the two young men, while the 8 hunters approached with the intention of killing the duo. Hashikawa was nervous, he didn't know if he could win or not, but that wouldn't change his mind, while the brown-haired boy was serious, but that facet changed when a warning came to him. An emergency quest has appeared. It was the first message, which then opened automatically, showing what had to be done. Emergency quest: kill your enemies. There are nearby entities attempting to kill the player. Dispose of them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a punishment will be issued as punishment. Enemies killed required 8. Enemies killed 0. It was the whole description of this quest that came out suddenly, and more in reading what he should do, he was so shocked while he continued reading that he didn't notice that fireballs were thrown at him, sending him crashing against some rocks. Quest info. There are nearby entities trying to kill the player. Dispose of them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies killed required 8. Enemies killed 0. They were clearly telling him to kill or be killed. He had never thought that this skill would show such a quest. As he lay among the rocks, his view of these virtual windows seemed as if the transmission was bad, but he was only slightly dazed by the unprepared attack. But that attack reminded him of some things he'd forgotten, and that is that in a dungeon, it's all about survival of the fittest, more than anywhere else. What he always thought was wrong, all the times he entered a dungeon, giving his best, healing himself, he had always thought it was a safe place. But I was wrong. That safe place is just the ideal that you maintain with the other hunters who share this thought, but the reality is different. Kill if you don't want to be killed. It was not a coincidence or goodwill, it is what this system needed. A new high to Issei. Her goal hasn't changed, she needed to become stronger, she couldn't die, not yet, not until she wakes up and is cured of her illness. If he didn't do this, he would stagnate, he wouldn't become strong, seeing his life bar. With half of the total left, he would slowly get up. That fire attack was supposed to have killed him, but it didn't. If they wanted to play this way, they had to accept the consequences. While the 8 hunters remained calm, as if the chestnut tree were nothing, they seemed to take it that killing it would be a small game. Issei, they play with a person's life. He said in a cold manner, walking to stand face to face with them, while light traces of dark purple electricity surrounded his body. So you are ready for the consequences? He asked in a monotonous manner. What the chestnut said simply left several of them confused, thinking that he had hit his head with the rocks. One of the hunters approached him, putting his arm around the chestnut's neck, so that he would know what position he was in, that no matter what he did or improved, they had to kill him, of course without pain. But what followed was different from what they had thought would happen. The head of that hunter had been stripped from his body with a clean cut. Who was it? No one but the chestnut-haired man, who did not hesitate to take his life with a mere cut from the Risaka dagger. 1 down, 7 more to kill. A little blood had splashed on the brown-haired man's face, but he remained unfazed. He would continue with whoever was put in front of him. Everyone present was surprised by this. That bastard had done it? Where had he gotten that dagger? He hadn't had it with him a few moments ago. That hunter who had killed was a D rank, and that E rank had cut off his head as if it was nothing. As hard as it was to believe, that E rank had done it somehow. That bastard. Name: Hayate Issei. Level: 21. Class: None. Fatigue: 0. Title: Wolf Killer. HP: 2600. MP: 391. Strength: 53+. Vitality: 30+. Agility: 38+. Intelligence: 30+. Sense: 32+. Points: 3. Chapter 21. Swing! The sound of something being sliced sounded through the cave. Everyone watched in shock as it happened. The brown-haired man cut off the head of one of the hunters who approached him to tell him he would die quickly, and instead, it was his own. The blood of the deceased splashed on a part of the brunette's face, something that did not seem to matter to her, while she looked at her targets. At the same time, there was a counter showing her the number she needed to kill. She had 1, missing 7. The chestnut had killed a person. It was not something he would have wanted to do, but it was them or him. One of these two options had to die, This ability had ordered him, he had no choice. But this doesn't change the fact that he was the one who killed him. He hesitated for a few seconds, then held his gun more tightly. If you don't kill, he will be killed. Remembering that in the last raid, as everyone showed their true nature to save their lives, you cannot depend on anyone. Only the strong can survive. This memory and lesson was like some kind of switch on the chestnut, as a murderous feeling began to come out of him, something that none of the remaining 7 overlooked. They became alert. They didn't know what was happening with that sudden change in the chestnut, but one thing was certain, they shouldn't let their guard down. The same magician who threw a sphere of fire to send the chestnut to rubble had launched the same attack, but with more intensity. The previous attack he thought would kill him, and this time it would give more force. Launching a quick burst rapidly towards the brown-haired man, inches away from hitting him with that magical attack, he quickly moved past the attack, disappearing and reappearing in front of the hunter mage. Performing the same magic attack was useless, more so now that he is determined to kill, without hesitation, performing multiple cuts to the hunter, ending his life in pieces, filling counter 2 of 8. This action of the chestnut quickly instigated the rest to jump on him to end his life. They were supposed to kill and not be killed. Without being able to hit him with any of his weapons, after his failed attack, his life had been taken by the chestnut, either by cutting him in the neck for a quick death, or by embedding it in the abdomen so that the poison of his dagger painfully kills the victim. Keeping count, 4 out of 8, then quickly following, the next attacks of the 3 hunters who came to attack him were also useless. Seeing what he could do, how the hell could a Ranky move like this? Their range was higher than his, but none of them managed to connect an attack on him. A bleeding effect was applied to one of the hunters, while the 2 were paralyzed, making it easier than it is for the chestnut to kill them. Clean and accurate cuts, each cut splashed blood, thus ending their lives. The place was filled with their corpses, leaving only 3 people standing: Hashikawa, the chestnut, and the leader of those 7 hunters that the chestnut killed. The brown-haired boy had left it for last, while he looked on in fear, his confident expression gone, seeing what a mere E rank had caused. Enemies killed required 1. Enemies killed 7. He couldn't believe it. Was he the one who defeated the boss and not the D-rank brat? But he didn't get an answer from the brown-haired boy to this question. He was only there to kill the rest. For the latter, he will not die, he will not be killed. Only he could kill. They all died. But he was different. It will show him that not all C ranks are of the same level. Using his ability to enhance his physical power, he launched himself against the chestnut, killing 7 hunters in a row. After fighting a boss, it was impossible not to be tired. He couldn't break his defense with a mere dagger, and exhausted. That was what the last standing lizard hunter thought, who had launched himself at the chestnut tree, and what he had shown was agility and speed. He could not compete with the strength and defense of a C-rank tank. And before he could hit him hard with his shield, a hand grabbed his entire face. A great pressure of force pushed the leader back, until he was slammed against the ground, while he could see who it was. "Issei, you are strong," he said seriously to the leader, without giving him that cold and bright look, "but I am even stronger." As the brown-haired boy continued to look at him, the leader was in shock from having been violently thrown to the ground by the brown-haired boy. He didn't know how it happened, while his mind thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his body felt dizzy. There was no way he was an E rank like his information said. Did that mean he was a faker? There was only this option. If it was true, it was more likely that his entire team was killed by a fake E ranker. There was only this possibility. No, it was a reality. This weakest hunter in the world is actually a fake E ranker. The man quickly became afraid, and began to ask for forgiveness for his life. He would give everything in order to get out alive. All that clemency was nothing to the brown-haired man. He didn't care, while his cold gaze didn't change. "Issei, you said that no one knows what happens inside a dungeon, right?" I asked coldly to the man on his knees. What he said, "No one knows what happens in a dungeon," this opened the hunter's eyes. It was the same thing he said before ending up as he is now. He had understood that he would not be able to get out alive. He started cursing the brown-haired boy, followed by mentioning that he has a brother, and before he could continue speaking, his head was separated from his body with a quick cut. In this way, the last kill was made, fulfilling the 8, starting to appear the reward options that you can choose. Instant recovery, stat points, and bloodlust. He could choose one of these 3 rewards, which the chestnut chose the 3rd. Immediately a new skill with the name appeared in his skill list. Active skill. Bloodlust level 1. 100 mana. Use a strong energy, causing the selected target to enter a state of fear for 1 minute. Multiple targets can be selected. Fear effect minus 50% of your stats. A new skill would be more useful, especially I had noticed that even being level 21, I have not unlocked many skills. He closed all those windows to look at Hashikawa, who was vomiting after witnessing all this. The sound of collapse began to resonate throughout the place. It meant that the portal was about to close. They had to get out as soon as possible before getting trapped in it. The death of the leader of these lifeless hunters would come very soon to his brother, but it will be so relevant that even before dying he used it to threaten the chestnut? We will not know. With Rias. His horse Peace, Kiba had returned from going to the apartment where the chestnut lived. Giving the news that he was not there, something that was not as his king expected, but he would have another chance, thanking his Peace, who gave a slight bow and then left the room, leaving only her and her queen Akeno in the room. Rias began to review some documents that came to her, seeing one in particular that made her grimace in annoyance. Seeing the seal of a bird in flames, without even opening the document, she destroyed it with her power of destruction. Akeno, Rias, how much longer do you think you can postpone that date? The black-haired girl asked her king/friend, and she knew that the redhead had postponed the date for that for a long time. Rias, as long as it takes, Akeno, said the Crimson Princess while looking through a window, as if she were trying to escape from her cell. What Rias said simply drew a slight sigh from Akeno. Chapter 22. The raid on the range dungeon where Chestnut and 9 other hunters were reported for what happened. And the only survivors were an E rank and a D rank, the rest were killed, a common occurrence in this type of situation, that 2 low rankers would run away. Well, that would be the case, but no, according to those in charge of collecting information on that raid, those agents who manage and give missions based on the rank of a hunter. That low-ranking duo, instead of running, cleared the dungeon. It was something that caught the attention of the higher-ups. There will be many hunter guilds, but they are all under the administration of the Hunter Council, where there is a representative of each faction, and several powerful humans. And among them, he happened to see the document of this raid. There are theories that the D-rank hunter had high-powered equipment, which was able to defeat the boss. There was that possibility, but on the other hand, that tarantula boss wouldn't have been much of a threat to a group of 8 C-rank hunters, but the strangest thing is that all 8 of them are dead. And about the other survivor, it is Issei, who is one of the survivors of the past incident with the D-rank dungeon. There were many unanswered questions, as well as suspicious parts, but it seemed to be nothing serious or important. It just had to be a coincidence or bad luck for the young E-rank man. But it couldn't stop being something important, since one of those killed had a brother, an S-rank hunter. Keeping this in mind, that S-rank would soon come here. Most likely he will have already received this news. Haidu apartment. A day had passed after the raid on the C-rank dungeon and the killing of those lizards. The Chestnut and Hashikawa had agreed that the death of the 8 had been with the boss during the fight. Even though the young man of rank wanted to keep in touch with the Chestnut to fix this matter. And he was currently sitting in the living room of the apartment, while he was fixing Aika's hair, and while the aforementioned was putting on a mask. Aika, I'm surprised you bought these cosmetics for me. She said, surprised while putting on a mask. I mean, you're always the type of person who saves as much as you can, not to mention ordering food, you always do it yourself. Issei, are you calling me stingy? He asked ironically, since his friend was telling the whole truth. Although I suppose it's time to give yourself some luxuries. Besides, if you don't support yourself you won't get a boyfriend. Aika, or maybe I don't want to, have you thought about that? The brunette asked in a tone of amusement at the brunette's comment. Issei, what kind of girl doesn't want a boyfriend? Aika, it's Issei, the girl said with amusement to her childhood friend. Issei, then don't regret not having achieved it. Aika, I doubt I'm going to regret it, he. But changing the subject, do you have plans for this afternoon? The curious brunette asked the brunette. Issei, to tell the truth, yes. I have to meet someone at a cafe, the brunette commented disdainfully as he lowered the comb into the brunette's hair. This comment discouraged the brunette a little, since she wanted to show him something that she woke up to yesterday, but that she still hasn't mastered, but it seems she will have to wait a little. Today, after doing the daily quest, as a reward I received a new ability, a passive one. Longevity. Ability that allows you to cure all diseases, poisons and status effects will be cured. The more you sleep, the better the regeneration ability will be. Something that he himself confirmed by testing the poison that Risaka dropped, which had cured him in seconds. Later, the chestnut went to meet with the D-rank hunter, with whom he was in the last raid. He was summoned to a cafe to talk about something that he didn't go into detail about on the phone, but that he would give in person. Hashikawa still addressed him as Sir, and to say that he didn't look up the brown-haired man's profile after what had happened the day before would be a lie. He had several connections in this work as a hunter, so finding out about the brown-haired man was neither difficult nor easy, which was normal, leading to the conclusion that he is not a psychopath like the fakers say he is. In part he was his savior, and Issei Young for the brown-haired boy owed him a favor, thanks for sharing those mana crystals. With that he was able to pay the rent, hospital and various things for Aika. Hashikawa understood the situation at that moment. They were trying to kill them both. This was self-defense, it was a fight between hunters. But the central theme that I mentioned to the brown-haired man was that he began to tell him about what the young man of rank D wants to do. Although he does not seem to be a psychopath, that does not mean that he is a faker, and that he killed without hesitation and in cold blood. He should not get involved with people like that. But it required the skills of the brown-haired man. Hashikawa, sir, I am currently planning the young man could not finish. Issei, I refuse. Hashikawa ki? But I didn't even finish speaking, exclaimed the young man at the brown-haired boy's quick response. After what he witnessed, that young man still wants to form a team to enter a dungeon, and not just any team, but a team of force. That means it would be an intensive monster cleaning team inside a dungeon. But this is not something of concern to the chestnut. He did not want to get involved in this for a while, since the hunters not only killed monsters, but each other, as well. A mental break before gathering equipment again. He was about to leave, but young Hashikawa, well, he grabbed the brown-haired boy's sleeve while he started to cry, like a boyfriend asking for forgiveness from his girlfriend. Or in this case, boyfriend too. He has no doubt that anyone who sees them would think they are an abnormal couple. The young man just wanted to finish telling everything, since the brown-haired man denied without listening to the whole story. He had to receive the license as a leader of a hunter's guild. That license would give him the right to be one, but to get the license, to get it, he had to have participated in a minimum of 20 inlays. The previous one was the first, and now he had 19 more to do to have that license. But obviously for each raid a certain requirement must be met, and the young man's mind is clever enough to pass that test as if nothing had happened. After all, he was the son of a millionaire who would soon take over a good part of the family business. And becoming a guild master is related to the company, and the current one is trying to create a guild, which is very different from building a guild. Reason? Simple, dungeons are dangerous, but they are provide to the great treasure contained within it. Crystals and mana are just a part of them. The monsters themselves are materials for equipment, so there is nothing in them that they don't use. In other words, the guild that Hashikawa wants to create is one that is self-sustaining in every sense, without the need to be united with other companies. And for the rest of the world they will see a strong S-rank hunter, while one of them from the family is the one pulling the strings. But this does not interest the chestnut, but he has to get something out of this, and that will be money. So I asked about what I would earn if I got into this, something. The young man smiled at this, and had already made a contract before meeting with him. He took out the contract, where everything is explained in detail, including the amount of money. The chestnut-haired boy, seeing this, simply opened his eyes in shock. It really was a large sum. Chapter 23. It had been a few days since the chestnut talked to Hashikawa about his proposals, and about the contract. It is something very tempting, but he would think and very soon give an answer to him, something that the rich young man said to take his time, since there is enough time to do the 19 raids that will be done. It was morning, as well as the brown-haired boy and Aika were in sportswear. For the brown-haired boy you see normal, since every day he has to do the daily exercise quest. But surprisingly today Aika had joined her, even though she knew that the brunette's classes at SD Kuku were about to start, and being an academy where classes are not at all regular, it was to be expected of the girl to want to be a little more in shape before the day of admission. Both young people began to run at a moderate speed. During the run, the brown-haired boy asked Aika, "What would you do if someone out of nowhere offered you 3 billion yen?" This was the question the brown-haired boy asked the brunette, who was overcome with emotion by this strange question. Well, it was a question after all, so Aika told him that she would save it, and use it to buy whatever she wanted without her cheap friend telling her to save up. But still, that sum of money was ridiculously large, that even with that purchase I wouldn't be able to spend half of it. Aika wanted to ask what her friend's question was about, but before she could say it, the brunette began to increase his speed, leaving the girl behind. "Aika, Hunter, you had to be high to Issei," said the girl, confused and annoyed for being left behind. "Brat, confess what you feel," a deep voice said to the girl, who almost jumped in fright. Looking around her, there was no one. It seemed strange to her, since she was sure she had heard a voice speak. There was a slight echo, but it was understandable. With the chestnut, he continued running, while in his mind he remembered the conversation with Hoshikawa. 3 billion, that was the amount of money he offered him to do 19 raids with him. That amount of money was the estimated value of the building that would be the guild that Hoshikawa is talking about, but it could rise beyond 3 billion. 19 raids for 3 billion, it was a unique offer. Days hunters do their work inside the dungeons, every so often doing that, and repeating 19 times, was not even close to 1,000th of that amount. It was tempting, and a lot. He would get 3 billion as long as he becomes a guild master with those remaining 19 raids. There would be no reason to deny it, otherwise he would accept it at that very moment. But the problem was that his E rank had nothing to do with his current abilities, since no one had ever heard of something like levels that you go up like in a video game. As he continued running, he is a special case never seen before of double awakening. There have never been hunters who have the same as him to do a double awakening. But maybe while he does those raids he gets stronger, in this way covering his double awakening. He could do that. It sounds convincing, right? It could work, yes. While he kept running, he didn't know when he had run, but a notification had reached him. And he had completed the daily quest, because he was thinking, he had left Aika behind him, and quite a bit. Seeing that he had run 1 kilometer more than what was required, in video games always when you finish filling the amount of X thing, you don't go beyond the required number, but in this case, he had 11 kilometers out of 10. Well, seeing as he left Aika behind, I had to wait for him, so I would check if despite having filled the same required amount, I would see how far I could increase after filling the required number. 20 minutes later. 200 was the limit that the number of exercises in the quest could reach daily, 200 out of 100 in each one, except for running, which is 11 out of 10 kilometers. Apparently it does not increase beyond 200, and as you cannot fill 200 kilometers, it would only be 20, which is equivalent to the 200 done. And Aika just arrived, who could barely breathe after trying to catch up with the brunette, and before she could catch a breath, the brunette started running again, leaving the girl behind once again. "Aika, you have to be kidding me!" she exclaimed with all the strength and air she had at that moment to throw herself on the ground to rest. She had never done so much exercise, until today. Belonging to a next nobility is not as simple as it sounds. The chestnut already had his answer. Today he would meet with Hoshikawa again to tell him his answer, in addition to the fact that he also has some conditions for the young man who wants to be a guild master. Later. The chestnut-haired man had asked Hoshikawa to meet at the same cafe as yesterday. For the young entrepreneur, the time it took was less than he had in mind, and not the next day, but he was grateful for that, since he sensed that something good would happen. The brown-haired man's response was as Hoshikawa expected. He agreed to help him, but he didn't see that the brown-haired man himself had conditions, which the young man accepted no matter what, as long as he helped him. And the conditions of the chestnut were, just the two of them, and no one else comes with them to a dungeon. This took the young man into a dangerous curve, just like a Nazca pilot trying to make a curve at full speed, without success. This was madness in Hoshikawa's thoughts. The two of them clearing a C-rank dungeon was madness. What the chestnut said is literal, without any other meaning, knowing that the conditions to enter a dungeon are 10 hunters or more. Obviously the chestnut thought about solving that, and apparently the leader of those lizards did serve some good after all. And it is paying a group of hunters to fill the 8 places, only they would enter, and the fillers would be at the entrance. Both sides win, they can enter the dungeon, and the others get easy money. Something that Hoshikawa understood, and so it will be, is not that the young man doubts the brown-haired boy's abilities, but being him, the only one who witnessed how the brown-haired boy killed the C-rank boss, it is something difficult to doubt, added to the fact that there was no rest after the hunters returned. That's what they would do, they would hire people to fill the place, he would take care of this, they had to launch the second raid as soon as possible. In Washington, United States. In the American country, in the room of the leader of a guild, the leader of the East was talking on the phone while looking at some documents. His voice sounded angry. He was talking to a lawyer about what would happen if he killed 2 hunters in Japan, and it seems the consequences were not as bad as he expected. Being an American hunter, whatever he causes outside the country would be judged by his country, that is, the United States. Something good, since the 2 hunters who survived the raid where his brother died, his brother was the same leader of the hunting group as the murderous chestnut. His brother wouldn't put his life in danger for 2 E and D rank scum, it had to be them too, who set a trap to kill him and his group. That had to be it. He had emptied his entire list of activities and duties as guild master. He wouldn't return until he saw those 2 dead. Haida Issei, Hoshikawa Sunio, I will hunt them one by one, said the man with a voice from the grave while breaking the hunter profiles of the aforementioned duo. Back with Issei. Night had come, and the chestnut-haired man was dressed all in grayish-black, with a hood, with his Rasaka dagger in his hand. He was alone on a street. Apparently he was going to train, after completing the daily quest twice of the required numbers. As a reward he was given a key to open an instant dungeon. The key was an S-class item. He didn't expect to get such a high-grade item, but it was good, so he could become strong, just like he was in the first dungeon he cleared alone. And the location to open that portal was in the bank building located in Shibuya, which is currently a few blocks away from the place. This would be his first time in a dungeon, and if the rarity of this key is proportional to the difficulty of the dungeon, he would have a pretty tough time, and the Rasaka snake would be a mere worm in the face of this. The proportionality thing is just a theory, since there is nothing that indicates that dungeon status is a 100% S rank. The good thing is that he has the return stone to get out that he had not used. If things get difficult that not even he can, using that stone is the best option. The monsters did not wait to appear, which was only one, a fire Cerberus, quite large. If it was going to help Hoshikawa in the next 19 raids, he had to know his current strength, and these instant dungeons would help him with that and become stronger at the same time while leveling up. Issei, I just hope I left enough food for Ika, he said with amusement, since it seems like it would take a while. Hosai, well, it's time to. Chapter 24. This one takes that the chestnut received for doing 200 times and everything that indicated that daily quest. It had given as a reward an S-rank key. A key that allows you to open an instant portal in the main building in Shibuya. If the key indicates the range of the portal, for the chestnut his chance of survival would be very low. In imminent danger, it would be best to keep leveling up to try again in the future. The good thing is that he has that stone to escape that he got in the first portal moments he made. As hunters, our duty is to clean the dungeons that appear in our surroundings, in simple words, to close them. If no one is around to stop the portal, the monsters in it will burst out and start rampaging outside the portal, just like the fight between the Gremry group and a high-strength golem near the train station. He was stopped, but there are cases where it wasn't like that. The opposite happened, and it was years ago, on a holiday island, where a portal appeared, and there was no one to stop it. Because of this, that island became a territory for those monsters that came out of the portal. It was one of the first S-rank portals that appeared. It was in the beginning. Because of that, after a time outside the portal, the creatures become stronger, making the island their territory, and currently that island is guarded to keep it out, where scientists study it. Although the majority of supernatural beings who qualify to be hunters are among the S ranks, not all of them are interested in becoming one entirely. There are cases where they are only temporary if the situation warrants it, but being a hunter, even for supernatural beings, has benefits to increase the economic number of their clan or house, the degree of reward being proportional to the difficulty and rank. At this moment the chestnut was fighting against the Cerberus. He was veiled thanks to his acquired skills, quick cuts, but the damage against the creature was little. Fighting against this Cerberus, comparing it with the spider boss, the difference in strength was noticeable, and a lot. Entering this dungeon was a simple curiosity, to see how far I could go, and seeing the difference, it was quite a lot. The chestnut's wolf killer title did extra damage against this Cerberus. Apparently she has wolf type in her. And with the newly acquired ability, Bloodlust, which in some way can be identified as intimidation, made the monster lower its guard. Or so the brown-haired man thought. Since both the Bloodlust ability and those of his dagger were activated, it was quickly dissipated by the great resistance that the monster has. It had not yet entered the low point for those abilities to remain constant. All those status ailments on the Cerberus were quickly cancelled by the beast. There was no doubt, this really is an S-rank dungeon. And something I noticed was that the beast itself had its own abilities, being shown by the ability of the chestnut player. The Cerberus had activated an ability, called Rage, which for the next 3 minutes, all of the beast's stats would be doubled. After this increase in the beast, it was more difficult for the chestnut to attack, and his attacks were less effective than before. The beast quickly launched itself at the chestnut tree. With one of its 3 heads it had stuck its antlers into the chestnut tree's arm, giving it a noticeable puncture, and then threw it so that it collided with a building. That attack had suddenly reduced his life by a good amount, leaving him with 411 health points, in the red. This ability continued to warn him of the danger he has. He had never heard of an awakening like this, since what he has goes beyond any existing or recorded awakening. It's really like a non-stop notification, making you aware of the safety of your life, as if it's trying to do what it can to keep you alive. The Venero was quickly coming towards him, and he was still lying among the rubble. He couldn't die, not at all. He would kill this beast to become even stronger. The Cerberus jumped to open one of his snouts to devour the chestnut, who also did not make it easy, using the same item that turned him around when he fought the spider boss. Item given as a reward for completing the daily quest, and is instant recovery. I accept. All the fatigue and damage received when this fight began were erased, and then he quickly took the worms that were going to devour him with his clean hands. Putting all his strength, he turned the head of the Cerberus with which he was going to devour him, so that by inertia the entire body of the beast turned. That head being dead, since the other 2 were missing, that first head had technically broken its neck. Without wasting time, with his dagger he began to cut off the 2 remaining heads, and when he broke the neck of one of them, it was quite a damage to the beast. Activating his dagger's ability over and over again, managing to do it constantly, since that neck break had managed to drastically lower the beast's resistance. Skip. The lifeless body of the beast lay on the ground, while a chestnut tree in front of it breathed heavily. While notifications kept popping up in front of him, displaying the same message over and over again. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. This wasn't the boss. He had discovered it thanks to the notification. This Cerberus was only the entrance guard. It already seemed strange to him that this portal was called the Demonic Castle and all the fighting was outside. After defeating the beast, in the building that he had crashed thanks to the beast, a door appeared with a flame. The monster dropped 3 items when defeated, an accessory, a key and a material. The accessory was a necklace, named the Guardian's Necklace, an A-rank item, which grants the user 20 agility and sense. The key was to open that door, an A-rank item. The third and final item was a Cerberus Corm, a class item of none. The brown-haired boy looked at the door. It was quite difficult for him just to kill the entrance guardian. He had thought twice. In this dungeon it was as far as he would go. He would return when he had become stronger. I put everything in the inventory, to return home to rest. His clothes had the smell of a dead dog. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, in a private cafe, there were two men talking. One was obviously around 25 years old, with gray hair, either long nor short, wearing a black suit while some church decorations were visible. And the other man, you couldn't see his face, he was wearing a gray trench coat and a hat of the same color. The mysterious man handed a folder to the gray-haired man, who opened it. Although the mysterious man he was meeting with couldn't see his face, he knew who he was and who he worked for. Mysterious. Kokabil-sama wants you to get the sacred gear from this girl no matter what happens inside the dungeon. Fried spoke the mystery to the hunter called Fried. The aforementioned opened the folder, seeing the target's information, seeing a photo. It was of a blonde girl with emerald eyes. Fried, Asia Argento, is her sacred gear that valuable? I asked with doubt. Mysterious. The girl is worthless, but what she has can heal any existing wound, said the mysterious one to Fried. Twilight healing, a sacred healing gear, among the best there is, even better than healing magic. Everything is healed in an instant if you master it enough. Fried, I guess I have no choice since I've become like one of those who watch and track hunters. It was time for a little fun, he said while his smile became more macabre. I can kill anyone as long as I get those rings from the girl, can I? He asked with a sinister smile, while his gaze showed excitement just thinking that he could kill people again. Mysterious. I just hope they don't discover you. If they do, it could ruin Kokabil-sama Dojo's plans for the mysterious Fried. Fried, don't worry. What happens in a dungeon, stays in a dungeon, said the hunter with a smile. Chapter 25. It had been a while since what happened in the C-rank dungeon, that extra area that a group of D and E-rank hunters went to explore, which cost the lives of most of them, leaving only 4 survivors, 2 young people, and 2 adults aged 35 and over. Fate once again united the paths of these 4 hunters, to once again make a raid, this time to a D rank, at the request of an S-rank hunter by the name of Fried Selzen. Takiba Siba, Sarenji Go, Asia Argento and Haida Issei, and a few more hunters, but they are simply there to be filled according to the message. Sarenji Go, the hunter who had lost his left arm during the massacre in the D-rank dungeon, was the one who carried an unconscious Asia to the exit. Appearance of 44 years old, which is actually in his 36, but this job sometimes demands a lot, so some look older than they appear. He was dressed casually, but suitable for going into the dungeon to hunt. Deep in thought, after what he had experienced, it would be best for this gentleman to think about repeating himself, and before doing so, he had been requested for this raid. While walking, thinking about his retirement, he did not see that he had collided with someone's shoulder. Apologizing that when he saw the face of the subject he accidentally collided with, he had been surprised. In front of him was the brown-haired man, but he had changed a lot. They both greeted each other, and the veteran hunter was more surprised. In front of him was the same young man, but quite changed, not as if he were another person, and he looked taller, as well as more mature. The brown-haired man also recognized the man, since he was the same one who carried the Asian blonde out of there. He had done him that favor, and he was grateful. But in addition to the change, he kept his leg that he had lost in the dungeon, something that the chestnut himself answered that he did not know how, and that simply when he woke up he found himself in one piece. Not even he knew how to explain how. Even if I told him, he would laugh as if it were an everyday story, so what the brown-haired boy answered was the best response. They both talked about what happened to both of them after that incident, to a certain point realizing that they were both called to the same raid. The brown-haired man saw the arm that was not there. It reminded him of the decision he had made, but a part of him did not regret it, since that bad decision was what gave him the ability he currently has. Maybe an apology isn't enough, but it was the most I could do now, keeping in mind that when I get those 3 billion, I would give part of it as compensation to the gentleman. The duo walked towards the same place where they would meet with other hunters. Getting closer little by little, the brown-haired boy saw 2 other acquaintances. The brown-haired boy had met Asia again, who, upon seeing him, also had traces of tears appearing in her emerald eyes. The brown-haired man's expression of surprise changed to a serious one, after seeing an old friend of his father, who in a way was like a mentor, who left him to his fate. The brown-haired man's gaze made the aforementioned look away in guilt. Asia covered her mouth with her hands, avoiding screaming, while she choked on loudly pronouncing the chestnut's name. At a slow pace, she walked towards the chestnut. I couldn't recognize him for a bit longer. He had changed quite a bit, but it was possible to recognize him, thanks to the request through email. I noticed his name. Asia Argento, who is still unsure about accepting Rias Gremery's request to be her bishop. Although the proposal is still standing, the aforementioned would continue to wait patiently for Asia's response. In addition to being a bishop of Rias, she would obtain a certain enrollment in the DxD Cuckoo, since Asia was educated in a church located in the countryside of a small town, somewhere in Italy. In Rias's words, it would be a good opportunity for the blonde to live a school life, while Rias waited for the answer to her request. The blonde continued to approach slowly, shortening the distance between her and the brunette. The brunette continued to greet the girl. He didn't even know what to say. A greeting had simply come to mind. Issei, ho hello like that. The brown-haired boy didn't finish his greeting, since the aforementioned had hugged him, while he could feel how the girl's arms were around his waist. Feeling that the girl exerted a little force in the hug, he could see how the girl had tears coming out of her eyes, which ran down her cheeks and then stained the brown-haired boy's clothes. Asia, Issei-san. I tried to find you as best I could. Your leg, said the girl through a choppy voice while her tears stained the brown-haired boy's shirt. Issei, sorry for being late, Asia-san, said the brown-haired girl kindly, while he ran a hand over the aforementioned girl's head, calming her down. He would tell the same thing about her leg as to Mr. Sarenji, but he was interrupted by a newly arrived voice. Sorry to interrupt that romantic scene. Are they perhaps filming a love novel between hunters? Said the voice, getting out of the car, showing a dangerous man in a black suit with some church accessories, followed by 3 other men who had chains and prison clothes. It was the A-rank hunter, Fried Selzun, the same one who requested several hunters for this raid. Those present wondered why the prisoners. Something that the hunter Fried responded was for their rehabilitation, that despite being criminals, it does not change the fact that they can change and return to the path of good with the word of God. Plus, they are the first 3 to try this program for them to guide them to the light, Fried explained. In addition to the fact that this would help them reduce their sentence, the hunter Fried maintained a serene and friendly face, but something in him did not allow the brown-haired man's senses to calm down. He could feel hostility, and a lot of it, the opposite of what his person reflected. He wanted to be sure. It was the same feeling as when he was in the dungeon with the lizards, but at that time he didn't know what it was. But it was the same feeling right now. He asked Asia not to go. He didn't go into explanations. It was a simple please, I will withdraw from this raid. Something that the girl didn't understand, but she took courage, refusing to go. Her heart screamed for not leaving the brown-haired boy again. This time it wouldn't be like that time, and she didn't want to, without knowing about the great changes that her friend has. As seen by Sarenji, in his point of view, young people nowadays are quite melodramatic. In his time things were, but well, it is noted that in the long term those 2 could be a couple, if the red thread wants it. Even though the idea of going with prisoners doesn't sound good, in the words of a believer in God like Fried, a raid is a raid, I don't think it's that bad. So after Fried and the prisoners entered, they were followed by another group of hunters, while in the distance there was a piece of wood watching everyone enter the portal, to follow them from afar. Chapter 26. After starting this raid, the prisoners were freed from their bonds inside the dungeon, giving him what were once his weapons. Chacos, spears, and metal gloves were what each one used. They killed the creatures left and right without stopping, while it was seen by the others, seeing that being prisoners, limiting themselves was the least of it, even if it was a monster, compared to how a normal hunter fights. Those prisoners were savages. Seeing that, several of them did not know who is the monster and who is the human. On another note, the survivors of the D-rank dungeon incident were gathered together, each showing a change, whether small or large. The one who had the big change was the brown one, not only in appearance, since now he showed himself to be stronger in the eyes of those who know him. Now he fought better, without the need for Asia to heal him as it happened in previous inlays, something that one would think that after that incident, he had been training, but no, he has simply been exercising day by day. But he also could not say that he had acquired several useful skills there. Hi to Issei, was it really him who was standing in front of everyone? He doesn't seem to be the same when they had known. That young man who gave off an aura of despair had changed. It was as if he had been reborn. On the other hand, in Asia, the girl seemed nervous, but managed to hide it very well, but not completely. I could notice how her hands trembled slightly, but at the same time she tried hard not to do so. Apparently not everyone manages to completely overcome that trauma, a factor that limits the girl quite a bit, although she is truly one of the best healers there is. Killing those monsters along the way was pretty simple, without putting in any effort, not even for the chestnut, leaving mostly those monsters to the prisoners watched over by Freed. The group reached a certain point in the dungeon, where it split into 3 different paths, while far away from them, a piece of estuary followed them, keeping a good distance so as not to be noticed. In Freed's words, seeing how low the difficulty of this dungeon is, it would be a good idea to split up, without the need to explore each path. Among the 3 paths there are, seeing how one of them gave off a strong presence, his heightened senses told him that the boss, the one on the left, was on that path. The group will be divided into 3 parts, with Chestnut, Asia and Serenji going down the left path, Freed and the prisoners going down the right path, and the rest going down the middle path. At first Freed wanted Asia to go with them, since according to him, those prisoners only attack without defending, and she could easily waste her life. Something that the brunette did not accept this. It was dangerous despite how polite he appeared. For a moment the brunette could notice how the look of the aforementioned changed for an instant when he was unsure which side the blonde would be on. The murderous feeling became intense for just that instant. Something about that guy definitely worried him a lot. Freed didn't want to argue, so he let the blonde go with the other group. He would deal with it later, after doing some light warm-ups with the prisoners. This dungeon was filled with goblins. Despite being weak, they are quite annoying enemies, due to their sneak attacks, and they always attack in numbers. Freed watched as the prisoners killed the goblins, until the area was filled with green corpses. The hunter breathed a sigh of relief. His turn had come, beginning to applaud the great work the prisoners did, saying the following message. The children have already had their fun. It's time for the adult to punish the bad children, he said as his smile began to twist, looking at the prisoners as mere objects of amusement. Starting to take out a sword handle, which immediately projected a sword of light, made of holy energy, while his weapon was a normal one, but the bullets were magical. Guys, it's not you, it's me, and I have a sacred gear to take out, and you all are just there to entertain me temporarily, Freed said as he approached the prisoners. While they also became alert, Freed did not hide his intentions, he showed it in his entire being, while the aforementioned was ready to kill them. Their mission is to obtain the Twilight Healing, no matter what it is, and the lives that would die inside this dungeon would simply be for their entertainment. Chapter 27. 2 of the 3 prisoners were lying on the ground, their bodies inert, under their own pool of blood. Only one of them remained alive, being held by the neck by Freed, the same one who murdered the other 2 prisoners. That prisoner begged Freed for his life, while the aforementioned showed a satisfied smile, his gaze reflecting the ecstasy that is being created by the excitement of killing. Killing freely was the only good thing in the dungeons. He didn't need to kill people quickly to avoid noise, and in this place he could do it without preventing outsiders from knowing. But they had to go for the others, to leave the dish of pleasure for last, so without hesitation, with a quick cut, he separated the head of the last living prisoner from his body, thus taking his life. Now they would go for the 2 hunters who went down the middle path. They had a lot to entertain, 3 less, 5 more left to kill. With the chestnut, he walked with Asia and Mr. Serenji. All this way no monster had appeared. Everything was calm. Until the chestnut tree stopped in its walk, pointing with its dagger behind them. All the way they walked, it pointed between the shadows of the path they traveled. Something that both the blonde and the old man found strange, but it seemed that he noticed something that they didn't. Issei, get out of there, it's rude to secretly follow people, he said seriously, hoping that this presence that had been following him was Freed, who was very wrong. From the shadows of the road, a young teenager emerged, blonde hair, dressed in an academy uniform, gray eyes, showing a slight smile, which showed that he had no interest in attacking or was hostile at heart. Asia recognized the young man, that young man who appeared. is part of the nobility of the estuaries. This was his horse piece, Kiba Yuto. Asia, Kiba-san? She exclaimed, surprised to see the aforementioned. The aforementioned gave a greeting with his hands to everyone present. Kiba Yuto, who has been continuing to search for the chestnut again on Rias' orders, had finally found him, and before making contact with him, on Rias' orders he wanted to know the chestnut's abilities, since his hunter profile is the complete opposite of what was shown in that short video. Apparently Asia knows this young man who has been following them. The aforementioned has not put up any resistance in fighting, since that is not his duty. He would not say anything, but that he simply had to watch over Asia so that she was not in danger, in the words of his mistress. Everyone present knows Asia's combat capacity is low, but she was a great support, something that compensates for it. Everything was for safety according to Kiba's brief explanations. The only one present did not know what Kiba said in several parts, what he meant by orders from his mistress. Something that both Serenji and Asia know is who Kiba's master is. Apparently the brown-haired boy is not up to date with the training of the hunters and the media. The present is called Kiba Yuto, peace horse of Rias Gremory, daughter of the famous Gremory clan, one of the best students of the SD Academy. A high-class she-devil in every sense. She recognized the name Rias, remembering the situation with the stone golem. Apparently spending time focusing on leveling up, she forgot a thing or two there. I had forgotten about that part, due to training, and showing to several of those present that I had changed. Kiba's presence here was by orders of Rias, to watch Asia so that she is out of danger if necessary, but the aforementioned never thought that he would be discovered. Rarely hunters who are C rank or lower could detect him. And the brown one noticed it. It is clear that the report does not show what he is really capable of. For the brown-haired boy and Mr. Serenji, it was the first time they saw someone who belongs to a nobility so close. He seemed like any other person, but the brown-haired boy could notice that the blonde releases magical power from several elements of him, small traces: fire, water, seeing, earth, light and darkness. It was the elements that he noticed with his eyes. They were small threads. Apparently he is at rest. Since the blonde had no hostile intentions, it wouldn't be bad to lend a helping hand, something that the aforementioned gladly accepted. Apparently this way would be simpler and not hidden as his mistress had planned and calculated. The group, now of 4, would resume their journey, but some screams of intense pain caught their attention, which they quickly searched for and followed in the direction that was indicated. The group quickly turned around to leave this path and returned to the beginning where the 3 paths were, and when they quickly left, a black silhouette came out of the middle path that was quickly going towards the blonde. The brown-haired boy reacted quickly and was able to notice who it was. That guy was holding a dagger of light. With his hands he quickly took the hand where he was holding that dagger of light, blocking Asia's ambush. The attacker was freed, who was surprised that I could block his ambush, already knowing beforehand that none of those participating in this raid were at his true level. But his expression of surprise returned to that of a maniac, causing confusion to the brown-haired man. He didn't know why he showed that expression, since that attack had failed. From under the sleeve of Freed's suit, a small dagger shot out towards Asia, stabbing the girl in the chest. Who could barely react. Maybe it was a normal dagger, but no, it was the object he would use to extract the sacred gear from the girl. A sacred gear, a sacred object bound to the soul of its bearer since birth. Taking that away is the same as taking away his life. There are ways to extract a sacred gear, but all it results in is losing the bearer's life. Acts like these are prohibited, and it is assumed that the biblical factions had eliminated all records of these methods, and apparently this was not the case. And before Asia could throw herself to the ground, the dagger began to shine, sending out traces of black and white electricity all around it, causing the girl to let out a scream of pain. "Issei, Asia!" exclaimed the brown-haired boy, worried about the girl, but he was sent crashing against the wall with a kick from Freed. Despite having come back stronger, that blow had really hurt him. The black and white rays were not the only thing. A black sphere enveloped Asia, while I saw how in her breasts an emerald-colored light slowly came out of it. Kiba, without waiting, created 2 swords to break that sphere to save the girl's life. Communication with magic was something that also did not work to maintain contact with those outside the dungeon, so asking for reinforcements was a null possibility. Their rescue action was stopped by Fried, who knew that the process of extracting the sacred gear from the girl had begun, and would not let anything be interrupted. A great magical power began to be released from his body. He had kept his power at a range neither too high nor too low. It was time to release the power he hides to kill stealthily. I hated this ability. I wanted all the fun, but orders are orders, and the extraction has to be carried out successfully. Mr. Serenji began to use fire magic to attack, supporting Kiba. There were only the two of them against Fried. The brown-haired boy stood up, seeing how he was around him, seeing how Asia was trapped inside that black sphere, seeing how tears came out of his eyes, an expression of pain, while a green light came out of his chest. Corpses, but the one that left him most in shock was the subject who was a friend of his deceased father. His body was full of cuts, while he was sitting against the wall, under his own pool of blood. The one who in a way was his father figure, and the same one who in that incident left him and the other survivors to their fate, something he hated, even more so since he was the one who said he would take care of him in the dungeons. Something that no longer mattered. The brown-haired man knows that this man had a family, even though he no longer liked him. It was no excuse to hate him so much that he would die. The old man had a family, and he knows it, and all he wanted was an apology from the man. The dying man's gaze was fixed on the brown-haired man. His lips began to move, saying with all his remaining strength a few last words. I'm sore," the man said as his head slowly lowered, staring at the ground, his breath taken away. Chapter 28. It was the last thing Mr. Seba said to the chestnut tree, giving his last breath before becoming inert. The man did not want to apologize in this way. There was no time, and this would be his last moments. Lowering his head in apology, from here on, the threads of life had left his body. The brown-haired boy was in shock at this. Maybe he hates him, but he knows well that he doesn't deserve to die. He changed his focus from the man to the fight that was taking place between Kiba and Mr. Serenji against Fried. His gaze focused on Fried. He gripped the handle of his dagger tightly, while his expression began to change, turning into an angry look against that hunter. In combat, Fried showed himself to be superior against Kiba and Serenji. Agility, strength. It is as if Kiba's cuts on him were a mere illusion, where the duo receives a counterattack with his light saber. He outclassed them both. Despite being a fight with a disadvantage in numbers, Fried showed superiority, without wiping the smile off his face. The aforementioned gaze fixed on the black sphere, seeing how the emerald sphere was halfway out of the girl's body, but quickly returned its focus to his fight. I didn't think I'd see a demon from the Gremory house here, but apparently it wasn't a big deal. His movements were fast, just that, he still has a long way to go to be at his level. And as for the brown-haired boy, he was standing still, while the hair in front covered his gaze. Apparently it was enough for him. This had to be finished quickly, so Fried created multiple cuts to the two who were fighting him. The element of his sword was light, being effective against demons, and humans it would be like any weapon, but lethal. Being an assassin, speed was crucial, and Fried had it, managing to leave the Gremory horse and Serenji with cuts all over their bodies. 2 more lives fell to Fried's counter. Seeing how the duo was on the ground, a cut with his horizontal weapon was enough. Shortly before his weak could cut one of them, it had collided with something metallic. It was the chestnut's dagger. The clash of both weapons caused Fried to retreat due to the force of the collision. He was surprised, since this had to happen to him instead of him. It had to be that young man, but no, it was him. That clash could feel a great force from the chestnut. A mere rank with that force. Was it possible? Of course not. That force does not match his rank, which would be the same as him. He has been hiding his strength. Fried was a fake ranker. His sense of murder is characteristic of the faker, and Chestnut does not seem, not even a hint of psychopath had in him. She is not a faker, but a hunter who received a double awakening. This revelation from Fried about the chestnut surprised Kiba and Serenji. It was a unique answer. There was no other explanation for this, and his E rank does not reflect what he really is. It is not an E rank. If that was the case, he should hold back less in this fight. Double reward on this mission for Fried. He could release what he has been hiding from the light. Issei, why are you doing all this? He asked seriously, a cold and hard look at Fried. who did not flinch at that look, while he got ready to attack. "Fried, it's nothing personal, I'm just doing what I was told to do," he commented with amusement. "Well, if it's personal fun for me, ha ha ha." Fried spoke, then disappeared from everyone's sight, reappearing behind the chestnut to kill him, but he intercepted him with his dagger, preventing the attack. "Fried, scum like those prisoners don't deserve to live. I did the world a favor, while I continue with my mission." Another scream of pain from Asia made everyone except Fried look at the black sphere, seeing how the green sphere had completely come out of Asia's chest, although Fried couldn't wait to see it either, and seeing that, brought a smile to his face. Quickly separating from the chestnut, going towards where Asia is, to take the green sphere. The brown-haired boy tried to stop him, but Fried was faster, managing to take the green sphere, which the brightness dimmed a little, to see what was in it, a pair of rings. "Fried, this does put a smile on my face," he commented with grace, and to think that this was one of the best in healing. But his mission was about to end, finish off the three alive and everything will be over. Asia's body after the black sphere that held it captive disappeared, the girl fell to the ground, showing no sign of moving. Fried had to dodge attacks again, given by Kiba and Serenji simultaneously. While the brunette quickly went to where the blonde was, seeing that she was pale and sweating, while he could see how hard it was for them to breathe, the brunette tried to speak, but his mouth was silenced by the blonde, who with his last strength kissed the brown-haired boy, who was shocked. A short kiss, but it was like a long eternity for the brown-haired boy, who came to his senses when he felt the girl's lips separate from his. The girl said a few words of her last strength and whispered something to the brown-haired boy. After this, the girl's gaze had ended, while her hands fell to the ground. A few words that left the brown-haired man with his eyes wide open, as he barely processed what had just happened. The brown-haired boy became afraid. He moved the girl's body slowly. What was happening in the fight didn't seem to matter to him. He moved the girl slightly, with no response in return. He repeated the action again, receiving the same result. He did not answer his noble's call. The girl's face showed a slight smile. While all signs of life disappeared from her, the brunette shook his head in denial several times, until he couldn't stand it anymore. Tears began to fall from his cheeks, followed by a loud scream. "Ah hag!" I screamed loudly as I held the blonde's body, without letting go, clinging closer to her. Sadness took hold of him. Another loved one had left him, his father, mother, Mr. Siba, and now, Asia Argento. Not only sadness entered him, but also anger, fury, looking for someone to blame, finding it in Fried. Emergency quest, revenge. Kill the target before he kills you, make him pay for his crimes, otherwise you will die. Get rid of it, to ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Number to kill, 1. Number killed, 0. An emergency quest came out in the brunette's view, after focusing on Fried, leaving the blonde's body delicately on the ground. The brown-haired boy stood up, disappearing from his position to appear between Fried, Kiba and Serenji, receiving Fried's cuts full on him. Kiba and Serenji were surprised by this, thinking that he would die from so many cuts. But instead, the brunette's body did not fall, and instead they began to feel a pressure coming out of the brunette. They could notice how a thin layer of dark energy came out of the brown-haired man's body, while he remained standing, letting them know that he was quite resistant against those cuts. He showed his gaze, which only Fried could notice, since he was in front of him, beginning to feel a kind of fear, while he noticed how his hands began to tremble, in addition to sweating. "I'm coming for you," he said in a cold manner, and his voice resonated throughout the place, deep and cold, putting himself in an attack position. That cold and bright look in his pupils, he was determined to kill Fried. That look sowed doubt in Fried's mind, beginning to doubt whether he still had the advantage or not. He didn't understand, but he could feel how this was no longer fun for him. Chapter 29. It was the chestnut's statement towards Fried, one full of hatred towards the aforementioned. This is no longer about doing the emergency quest, but rather making the subject pay for the lives he took here. That look from the brown-haired man was completely different. For Fried, it conveyed intimidation, a feeling of danger lurking in his senses. He didn't know why he felt this way, but in front of him, he's not a guy to be underestimated like the others. He kept Asia's sacred gear in his shirt, while he put aside that this was already fun. I was no longer like that. I felt danger. It was the first time I felt this strange sensation, and all because of that E rank. In a quick movement, the brown-haired boy accented himself against Fried, who saw the brown-haired boy's movements more violent and rapid. Standing in front of him, he dropped his dagger with a strong swing, having to defend himself with his lightsaber. Again he felt the pressure of the brown-haired boy's force exert itself. It was more than the first time he felt it. The chestnut's ability simply gave him even more chance to kill him, unlike what he felt when he killed the 8 hunters. This time he was sure from the beginning, without hesitation. Speed and agility. But he lacks more strength, something that from Fried's point of view, the chestnut does not have. He needed to be more than just fast and agile to beat him. Kiba and Serenji were thinking about going to help the brown-haired boy, but with a simple look, they both understood. "He is my prey," the brown-haired man said coldly to the duo who were thinking of going to help him, that look full of confidence, a murderous look, prepared to kill Fried. Taking distance from Fried, I use one of his active skills, the sprinter skill. Speed increased to 30%, will consume 1 mana per minute. After activating that active ability, he disappeared in a small sonic boom. In front of everyone, the brown-haired boy had become faster. Fried tried to defend himself from the attack with his sword, but with great speed, it was useless to defend himself, managing to leave a cut on his cheek, enough to activate the abilities of the Rasaka dagger. Paralysis activated. Poison activated, -1% health every second. Fried felt his body enter an altered state, but quickly came to the conclusion that it was the dagger the brown-haired boy was carrying, while spitting out a little blood. Apparently he has more abilities than he thinks, Fried spat out in annoyance, releasing magical power, managing to repel those bad effects. Not only was it to remove those status ailments, but it was also to activate his ability. Starting to disappear like a mist, it wasn't teleportation, it was more like hiding and reappearing somewhere else. This peculiar ability helped Fried counterattack against the chestnut's great speed, who, not knowing where Fried was, made moving quickly useless, being able to guess some of his attacks, but Requenco made other cuts against him, drawing a few moans of pain from him. For Fried, knowing that the chestnut is fast, going against his feet would be the best, it would immobilize him completely. The chestnut's feet were bleeding from the cuts caused by Fried. Arrogance returned to Fried when he saw how he had the chestnut against the ropes. The brown-haired boy was crouching down because of the wounds on his feet caused by Fried. While he continued listening to the aforementioned arrogant voice, he became more enraged. "Issei, you talk too much," he commented with annoyance. His cold and murderous gaze did not change, but he still had one more play. The fatigue points were at 67 out of 100, something he would not risk, so he would use one of the items he has. "State recovery, I accept." A golden light surrounded the chestnut tree, completely shining on it, surprising everyone. Was this an instant recovery? "Kiba, it can't be!" he exclaimed in surprise at seeing such a recovery. Even healing magic took some time. The speed shown by that healing ability could be on par with Phoenix's tears, or perhaps more. He is dangerous, that was already certain for Fried. His abilities surpassed his thoughts. He is definitely not an E rank as it says in the records. Asia died. She spent her last seconds of life in the brown-haired man's arms, and he knows it. That confession of hers before dying, seeing how life was moving away from her, something in the brown-haired man died. The brown-haired boy's gaze was fixed in a certain direction around him. It seemed that Fried had not disappeared. What he had used was like a camouflage. The brown-haired boy began to use all his sensory capacity. Fried was still here. He never left. He moved from one place to another in the surroundings with his camouflage. The brown-haired boy moved quickly to his right, giving a horizontal cut, undoing Fried's camouflage, who had not received the attack, but that was the least of it. That bastard had seen through his ability. Fried had a surprised expression. He spat out in annoyance, to launch himself to attack the brown-haired boy, starting to attack the brown-haired boy from all angles, but the latter, after healing, could follow Fried's speed more easily. Without moving, only the hand holding his dagger, he managed to repel all of Fried's attacks, before an astonished Kiba and Serenji. Taking distance again for Fried, the aforementioned knew how the brown-haired man saw through his camouflage, and it was his high murderous intention, even if it was for a fraction of a second, he did not waste it. Now, after seeing how his attacks from all angles didn't work, he used his camouflage again, trying to keep his murderous intentions as low as possible to get close to him quickly. Skill, killing intent has been activated. The chestnut had activated his second active ability, which lowers the target's strength for a certain time. Even though Fried is camouflaged, his presence stank all over the place, which made it easy to come into contact with him. Fear, everything around him had become dark. After seeing that look from the brown-haired man, his body did not respond, his body began to weigh on him. Nothing was around him, he did not understand what was happening or what was happening. But in front of him appeared a pair of eyes made of white-blue flames, the same color as the brown-haired man's killer eyes. And before he could think any further, he felt a sharp object in his chest, digging deep into his chest. The chestnut had cleanly stuck the Rasaka dagger into Fried's chest, while among the shadows of all this darkness it appeared as if it were an illusion. The brown-haired boy had a cold look, a static expression, already showing disinterest in Fried, while once again the effects of the paralysis and poison arose in him, and this time he couldn't handle them. As he felt the pain begin to increase in his body outside of these two. What happened on the dark stage before the eyes of Kiba and Serenji, when Fried had launched himself towards the brown-haired boy, a short distance from reaching him, had stopped, remaining static, while the brown-haired boy walked slowly towards him, stabbing his dagger into Fried's chest, leaving him lying against the wall. As he began to agonize in pain, but he continued to show a psychopathic smile. The brown-haired boy went down to where Fried was. With one of his hands he searched through Fried's jacket, taking out what he had taken from Asia. As the notification of having completed the emergency quest appeared in his view, along with the reward. In addition to that, it came with a boss drop, that is, after defeating Fried, I had received an item from him, which has the name, Rune, Stealth, with a simple description. To receive the blonde's ability, it had to be broken, but it wasn't the time to analyze this. There was someone who had to return what was taken from her. With those rings that belonged to Asia on the chestnut's hand, putting the hood of his jacket on, he walked towards where Asia's body was. The chestnut carries him. While heading towards the exit, there was no reason to go in search of the boss of this dungeon. For him, the boss of this dungeon was Fried. Kiba, if you're busy it helps, I can give you a hand, the blonde commented to the brown-haired man, but he didn't answer back, something that the blonde, seeing how traces of tears ran down the brown-haired man's cheeks, to fall on the blonde's face, didn't want it to be that way. But maybe there was a way. How there's a way to bring Argento-san back to life, commented to the brown-haired man, who stopped at this, to turn around to look at Kiba. Issei, really? He asked with an emotionless voice, but he had a shred of hope. His eyes opened a little in shock, while he really hoped it was true. The blonde nodded at the brunette's question, but first, he had to plan what to say about this event. Something that Mr. Serenji commented that he would do that part. It was the least he could do. After all, he was already thinking of retiring. The brown-haired man had saved his life, and this would be his way of paying him back. Chapter 30. Saying how all this happened was not easy. This incident was obviously reported to the Hunters organization, but with changes. But since Serenji was the one who killed the hunter Fried instead of the brown-haired boy, the man knew that this would bring a lot of trouble to the young Hayato. Something that would retaliate for this incident would be the best way to thank him. Fried had killed everyone involved in this raid, leaving only the two of them, and Kiba, the latter being not on the list, but came to watch over the safety of one of the victims, Asia Argento. Fried didn't have a clean record after all, though much of it was mysterious, as he didn't show up on a daily basis, whether due to personal duties or things like that. But trying to take a sacred gear from someone, without caring about the consequences for the victim, that would be something they should report to those who know more about sacred gears. Being Kiba, a piece of the Gremory clan, thanks to the fact that he showed an insignia of the same, being by the magic of the clan, something that cannot be copied, this being true. Kiba and Serenji's clarifications were that the aforementioned gentleman was the one who killed Fried in self-defense. There was no evidence other than those involved in the raid, so believing it or not was something the Hunters organization would have to debate. If a verdict is reached, Serenji would lose a lot of his license as a hunter, something the Lord knew, and would accept that. After all, he was already planning to retire after this raid, and this would accept his retirement faster than normal, without waiting a certain time. And regarding the deaths of those who were not prisoners, it was hard news for their families, especially for Mr. Seba, who currently has a 12-year-old daughter, a hard blow for that family. Partly the brown-haired boy felt that he should do something about it, but first he had to go with Rias Gremory. Just as Kiba said, they will try to revive Asia. While the Twilight Healing was still in the chestnut's possession after snatching it from Freed, he didn't want to waste time, so Kiba used a magic circle to go straight there, along with the chestnut and Asia's body in it. Unknown location. The brunette and the blonde appeared through Kiba's teleportation magic circle. This place seemed to be a room, with fine and well-made furniture. The light was not intense, but enough to see around. There was no one. Kiba said to leave Asia's body on one of the sofas, while he would go to warn Rias. With only the chestnut tree left in the room, I could see everything around me. There were windows, but they were closed. He sat down, looking at Asia's body, and then took the rings out of his pocket. This thing was what Freed wanted. These rings were what Asia used to heal during raids. This was a sacred gear. The chestnut always thought that having a sacred gear would be good, and yes, but seeing how they took it from Asia, it seems that it also brings dangers to those who have one. 10 minutes had passed, and the sound of the door opening sounded, drawing the attention of the brown-haired boy, who turned to see, finding 5 girls and Kiba. His eyes widened in shock, seeing that among the girls was Aika. The aforementioned was no better than the chestnut, giving a cry of surprise, to later see how part of the chestnut was stained with blood. The rest were the king, Rias Gremory, Queen Akeno Himejima, Rook Tujo Kaneko, and Pawn Tosca. Rias Gremory, who I finally saw in person, looked a little different from her hunter profile picture. In addition to the recording, this one now looked more adult. Well, it's not that the difference between the age of the redhead and the brown-haired one is much. Being 18, and the brown-haired one has just turned 20, but in appearance, the brown-haired one looked a little older than his age. Seeing how the brown-haired boy's clothes were covered in cuts, Kiba had told what had happened while he was coming here. And it seems that both Aika and her pawn know the chestnut, but that would be for later. You had to listen to what the chestnut wanted, already knowing the hand beforehand. He was direct, and it was to bring back Asia, something that Rias understood, although he had been surprised that in these times, there are still people who look for sacred gear from people. That would be something he should tell his brother. Rias thought about reincarnating the blonde, in one of her bishops, of course, with her authorization, but seeing how her body had no life, permission would not be a viable option. It's not that she's happy or anything like that, but the redhead was thinking about what reaction the blonde would have when she found out that she had been reincarnated as a demon. As the brown-haired man had asked him, it was something like someone desperate, although it was normal, since he knew that he and Asia had known each other for a long time, and accepting the death of a loved one is not easy. The chestnut tree gave off the smell of blood, and a certain tower could smell it, trying not to pay attention to it, while eating, exchanging one memory in his mind for another, any one that wasn't that memory. For Aika it was something to see how her childhood friend was feeling, sad, something that he only showed when they went to visit his mother in the hospital. Other than that, it was a facet that was not seen, something that the brunette with glasses understood that this girl Asia was important to him, since knowing him. Losing a loved one was harder than any other blow for his friend. Rias, without the brown-haired boy asking for it, and all those explanations, he still wouldn't let the blonde die. When Kiba mentioned her death, she was more than determined to revive her with the piece. But he also wanted the chestnut to be part of his nobility, or at least convince him to be part of it, so just like he proposed to Asia, he would ask the chestnut. Rias agreed to revive Asia as part of her nobility. It was the only way for her to come back to life. Using the only bishop piece she had left, performing a kind of chant, the piece began to shine crimson, beginning to enter the blonde's body along with her sacred gear. It was done, the blonde's breathing had returned, now she only needed to rest, which she had a room with a bed so the girl could sleep. The brunette carried the girl, being guided by Akeno to that room, there were other things to talk about. After leaving Asia in her room to rest, everyone was once again gathered in the living room, while Tosca served tea for everyone, and then sat next to Kiba. Rias was the one who spoke, and it was that the brown-haired man would be part of his nobility. He had kindly asked the aforementioned, but he had simply refused without thinking much about it. Something that surprised those present, as Aika, who spits out her tea when she laughs, asked the same thing to the brown-haired man. I had already planned this. Since Asia didn't accept the first time, Asia would have to show the brown-haired boy that it would be good. So the redhead would make you change your mind sooner or later, and what better than to always keep you close to her? So why not offer him to study at the academy, alongside Asia? After all, the young man couldn't attend one to become a hunter. Something that the brown-haired boy doubted since he had never thought of going back to school, things like that. And now they are giving him the opportunity to attend the best academy in Japan, if not among the best in the world. She had time, just like Asia, something that Rias knows well that she needs to think about. She has a month before classes start. She will wait for his answer. The brown-haired boy witnessed a lot of action and events today, so he will wait for his response, something that the brown-haired boy simply left. Along with Aika, they would soon see each other again. I would return to see how Asia would be, just for a change of clothes, replacing her current outfit with blood on it, with a new one. Maintaining contact through a pamphlet with the Gremory clan symbol. With that the brown-haired boy and the Gremory clan could come into contact, something that the brown-haired boy kept. With Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba and Tosca left in the room, the redhead went to sit at her desk, taking out 2 registration sheets. Rias, Akeno, you could enroll them both in the academy. I don't think Mephisto would be upset about being enrolled at the last minute, Rias commented, giving him the sheets with the format. Akeno, it seems you are very sure that they will attend, she said with a smile to her king. It seemed that her king knew that both of them would not refuse. How are you so sure? Rias simply smiled in response to her friend/queen's question, but her expression changed when a magic circle with fire appeared in the room. Those present recognized the emblem of the magic circle to the demonic house that belongs to. Everyone present became serious when they saw him. What does that guy want now? The redhead had said that she wouldn't see him for a while. Chapter 31. Attending the SD Cuckoo, that was what Rias Gremory offered to the brown-haired boy. His stay at the academy would help the girl change his mind about joining the Gremory clan. Another story was how Aika ended up being part of the Gremory clan, since the girl never told the brown-haired boy about it. Well, it's not that Aika didn't tell, but she had tried to tell him, but the brunette was so focused on training. In other words, the brunette was partly to blame, so she wasn't in a position to complain about not knowing this. Aika told her that to become a pawn piece, 7 pawn pieces were needed to do so. Even she herself did not know what that number meant. Apparently he has an unawakened sacred gear of great power, but when he was able to activate it, it was in the middle, in a state very similar to that of a twice critical. He still needed to complete it, which he decided to train with the brown-haired man during the park. So Aika is part of the Gremory clan, although that has not been announced yet, until the first day of school ceremony, which will begin in about a month. That the brown-haired boy attends the most prestigious academy in Japan was a great idea. He likes it a lot. They could spend more time together. He hoped the brown-haired boy would think about it, and, as an answer, a yes, it would be quite great for his friend to live a school life again, which he had left years ago. The girl only hoped that her friend wouldn't be so stubborn as to decline the invitation to attend the academy. Skip. 2 days had passed since the raid, where there were several deaths. This message was given to the families of those deceased hunters. It was not news that those in charge would have liked to give to the loved ones of the deceased. Freed's actions were sent to the High Command to see his profile more thoroughly, and about his contacts, all related to the aforementioned. Currently the brown-haired boy was sitting in a cafe. After exercising all morning, looking around him he seemed so calm. His mind thought about the proposal of the Gremory heiress. He had never imagined that someone like him attending an academy that very few managed to enter. Going back to school is something he never thought about, but will he be okay with going back? If his mother weren't in a coma, she would most likely tell him to do it. It was an opportunity that many young people want, to attend that academy. But if he studies, won't that prevent him from going to raids? It's not like he used to go on raids every day like before, but being stronger now, going to a D-rank dungeon 3 times a week was more than enough to save up money for approximately a month and a half, according to calculations. Checking on his cell phone, there weren't many people, there was only Aika, and the most recent one he added, Hashikawa. Aika would obviously tell him it would be a good idea to attend, so she didn't need to ask, she's known him long enough to know what he'd say. And with Hashikawa, well, I met him recently, would it be good to talk about this with him? Would it be a good idea to call him to go out and talk about this? Surely he will, and as if by magic, his cell phone rang. Seeing who it was no one else but Hashikawa. He was surprised to see the call, and just the brown-haired boy had thought of calling him later. I answer my cell phone. Apparently, during the days that young Hashikawa was missing, he had managed to gather 8 people to go on a raid, on the way to his goal of becoming a guild master. Hashikawa already had everything ready, and it would be carried out tomorrow, something quite quick. But he had no problem, they would start with the second raid of the 20 that must be done. That was all the caller said. Ending the call, Hashikawa's voice showed excitement at this incursion. After cutting the call, the brown-haired boy decided to go walking through the streets. The people around him stopped to live as usual. Humans and non-humans walked through the busy streets. This was already something normal today, and to think that 80 years ago, humans only thought that supernatural beings were only from books. He kept walking while looking at the pamphlet that Rias gave him to stay in touch. He didn't know how this piece of paper worked. Wasn't it better to use a cell phone? Sometimes he didn't know how the demons communicate with these things. Without looking at his forehead, he bumped into someone, knocking him to the ground, where he let out a small cry of pain from having fallen. It was a woman. When he crashed, the brown-haired man came to his senses. He had accidentally crashed into someone, in this case a girl. He looked at the ground, looking at a lady between 20 and 24 years old, with long white hair and a pair of navy blue eyes. The girl wore a light black formal suit with blue tint, combining it with black mid-heeled shoes, and accompanied by the girl, a suitcase of a size for traveling. The brown-haired boy helps the woman get up, to apologize for being distracted, while the albino girl apologized in the same way. She saw the landscape and accidentally collided with him. Both apologized in front of passers-by. The albino was a beauty, a well-formed body, and above all, a foreigner. Skip the next day. Today was the raid that the chestnut would make with Hashikawa. A portal had opened in the mountains near the city, a perfect place to camp. They were all gathered together, the 2 of them together at 8 filled in. The brown-haired boy had a complex expression drawn on his face, while a drop of sweat ran down the back of his neck. Reason? It was due to the 8 hunters recruited by Hashikawa. All of them were, how to say it, quite peculiar in the sight of the chestnut. There was everything: injured people, alcoholics, rookies, more than him. The point is that seeing them would make the previous version of the chestnut show that he is strong, and that is saying a lot, and the chestnut himself knows it. Apparently Hashikawa had no problem with those people. After all, he could do what he came for, and that was to pass a dungeon. The point is that both sides win. The duo gets to make their foray, and the others get their easy money. Doing this must have cost him quite a bit of money, but for Hashikawa that was not the problem in order to achieve his goal, something that the same brown-haired man asked about how much he had spent. Only the 2 of them would enter the dungeon, one of them being AC rank. Given this, it was crazy that only 2 of them would enter. They must have been crazy, but they didn't seem to be fazed by that rank. But in the end they would get paid, so the 2 of them can do whatever they want. An E rank and a D rank, the hunters that Hashikawa looked for to fill places were recognized by their rank. With those 2, will it really be possible to pass a C rank dungeon by themselves? Without paying attention to the others, the chestnut and Hashikawa entered the portal, with the chestnut being the one who will do the fighting, and Hashikawa being the one who will take the resources out of the dungeon. In the dungeon, Issei, Hashikawa, I have a question for you, he said calmly as they walked deeper into this cave. Hashikawa, yes, Aniki? He responded confused. Issei, what would you do if they offered you the chance to study at SD Kuku? he asked without much emphasis on the mention of the academy. The aforementioned, upon hearing the academy, remained static, due to such a question. Hoshikawa, may I know what the question is about? Issei, it's that someone offered me to study there. He answered the question of the young man of rank D, surprising the most. Hoshikawa, I can know, who is it? He asked between stutters. This is something he really didn't expect. He had tried to enter the academy, failing the practical exam, not reaching the required score in that part. It was Rias. The brown-haired boy said as he looked around, not noticing that Hoshikawa had dropped his backpack with the picks and other mining tools, while it seemed to have turned into stone. Wah! He gave a loud cry of shock, knowing who had offered the brunette the chance to study at the SD Academy. Skip. With the hunters that Hoshikawa recruited to be able to enter the C-rank dungeon, everyone was waiting for them to come out. Quite a few hours had passed. The duo had left the portal, while everyone thought they left for safety, but it was the opposite. After the two of them left, the portal began to close, making it noticeable that the two of them had successfully killed the dungeon boss. Surprising everyone, the two of them had taken down a boss of a higher rank than them, and without a scratch. That was it. Ah. And remember that in the call Hoshikawa said it was a dungeon? Well, apparently he said some, which means that there was more than one that would go there on this day. For a young man who has the money to achieve his goal, he had bought several portals that would come out, and guess where the next one is? It is an hour away on foot, so time was more than gold and money together. He had to get there. They would go right away, but not before Hoshikawa reminded him to do him a small favor that the aforementioned begged the brown-haired man to do, and he is quite good at convincing people, in the brown-haired man's opinion to Hoshikawa. Something that surprised those present the most was that they had just destroyed a C-rank dungeon, and were already going to another one as if it were a day at the supermarket. Who the hell are these two? Night. 5 days after the raids of the Chestnut and Hoshikawa, in a small apartment in the buildings, a certain dwelling of a redhead had just come out of the bathroom, after a hot shower, had a white towel surrounded, covering her breasts and other intimacies. It was Rias, who got a comfortable apartment in the human world when she started studying at the academy. Out of nowhere a magic circle appeared near his ear. The one who had called him was the brown-haired man, summoning him to talk about a certain registration to the academy. He wanted a chat before giving his answer, something that brought a smile to Rias, who agreed to meet in a place in a few days. That was all. To then cut the magical communication, the girl had a smile drawn on her beautiful face, while in her mind she could only think of one thing. Chapter 32. Today was the day where the brown-haired boy would say his answer to Rias Gremry's proposal to attend SD Kuku as a student. The best place for this would be in the same place where he had first met, being taken by Kiba to the place, since it was located inside the academy. The chestnut was with Aika, while in his hands were 2 folders, one with his information and the other, Hoshikawa's. Remember the favor that Hoshikawa asked the brown-haired boy? Well, apparently the young man wanted to enter the academy, managing to convince the brown-haired boy to talk about this with Rias, something that the brown-haired boy would do, but he does not promise anything certain of the result. Being Aika part of the Gremry clan, she had to be there, along with the rest. Although the brown-haired boy was not the only one who would say his answer to study in this academy, the other person was Asia Argento. It had taken her 3 days to wake up after being reincarnated, and when she found out that she was now part demon, as a faithful believer of the church, she felt bad, but after the Gremry clan explained what had happened, the brown-haired boy had made that decision for her. Kiba, who had witnessed everything, was the one who explained the most about how the brown-haired man felt after seeing that she had died. Something that made the blonde blush, remembering his kiss and confession in his last moments of life, thinking that she would never see him again, and now he is in front of her. The girl's heart was beating 1,000 times an hour. The moment they both looked at each other, the sensation of a spark emerging in the girl's body arose. While the brunette scratched his cheek while trying to look away, he had no words to say about the kiss. That would be something that the brunette and the blonde would talk about privately. Both of them felt a little embarrassed to talk about this among those present. This was noticed by Aika, who showed a slight expression of jealousy, then pinched the brown-haired boy on the arm, so as not to answer him about why he did this. Now that everyone was gathered in the same room, where the entire Gremory clan was on one side, and on the opposite side was the brown-haired boy and Asia. They waited for the answer from both, and before saying it, the brown-haired boy asked Rias if she could do him 2 favors if she agreed to enter the academy. Something that the redhead mentioned made him think a little about what it could be, besides the fact that the brunette seemed normal to ask 2 favors from someone of the upper class as if he were someone normal. Something that the girl was not bothered about. If she did those 2 favors, the brown-haired man would come in, do what he could within his reach, something that the girl ended up accepting, and would do what was possible for her. Something that the chestnut tree was grateful for, starting with the first one, was to enroll someone else, something that seemed interesting to him, a strange request, but something common in an academic sense. The redhead had no problem with this, receiving the folder where there was information about the person who wanted the brunette, and she would help him sign up. Hashikawa Sunio, the surname Hashikawa, an architectural firm of the Hunters Guild, one of the richest human families out there, had no problem with this first request. And the second is something very personal that the chestnut tree would ask for, and it was that the funeral of Mr. Seba, that if possible he would give him a good funeral. This request was strange, but the chestnut tree did not have money for the funeral, since the money would be given to the family of Mr. Seba, so that they could go on. Knowing in advance that the Gremory family is really rich, both in prestige, it would be fine to ask for this favor, since in other words, he was asking Rias for money, something that sooner or later he would have to pay, and that is not a problem. If the first request surprised the Gremory clan, this second one was even more so. If they remembered correctly, that gentleman was one of the hunters that Freed killed in that raid a few days ago. Asking this, the chestnut tree himself knew it was asking too much, something that long before coming here, he was ready to receive a no as an answer, but the opposite was the answer given by Rias. The girl had accepted this second request without any problems, something surprising for most of those present, except for those who had known her for quite some time. Rias had gladly accepted these 2 requests from the chestnut tree, as long as she studies here to change his mind and reincarnate him as her tower. Kiba had told everything about the brown-haired boy's fight against Freed, his abilities being shown to be superior to the aforementioned, something that Rias had to see in person. Now that the brown-haired boy gave his answer, and it was an answer that Rias expected, there was still time, and the girl thought about it, but she looked sideways at the brown-haired boy, and then looked at her mistress, accepting in the same way. And it was done. The 2 of them would enter as new members along with Aika, Kaneko and Tosca, something that made the brunette almost jump for joy, attending school again with her childhood friend. So without wasting time, they would take the measurements to make the uniform for both of them. While the brown-haired man had good news for Hashikawa, he would tell him later to come pick up his uniform too. He even had measurements in those documents. He looks like a business leader. Skip. The month had passed. Today was the day to begin the inauguration of the new students to the academy. We were located in the underworld, in a large area of green pastures, with crops of all kinds of vegetables and fruits, where there was a white house, a little big. Inside it, in a room, there was a platinum-haired man between 18 and 20 years old, putting on his SD cookie uniform. The platinum-haired man finished dressing, to leave his room, going down from the 2nd floor, to put on his shoes and go to his first day of school. A young man raised at home by his mother, grandfather and his grandmother's right-hand man, the latter, in a way, a father figure. This young man's name was Vali S. Lucifer. Vali, mother, I'm going to the academy now, he exclaimed towards the kitchen. Mother, son, could you take breakfast to your grandfather and uncle? I'm a little busy, a woman's voice exclaimed from the kitchen to her son, and the aforementioned son had no problem taking breakfast to his grandfather and uncle. A wooden tray, where there were some pancakes on each plate, with honey and butter, and 2 glasses of orange juice. Vala took the tray, going down to the lower floor, where his grandfather's laboratory is. The young man walked calmly, until he reached the entrance of his grandfather's laboratory. Instead of opening the door, the young man stepped aside. Valley, 3, 2, 1 the platinum-haired man counted, and when he finished counting, the laboratory door was blown open by a loud explosion. And inside the lab you could hear two voices coughing through the black smoke. Rise-of-them-sama, I think you overshot it because of the amount of voltage needed, said the voice of a man who sounds about 27 years old. A small error in calculations, Euclid. Science improves through errors, exclaimed a voice that sounds louder than the first voice. A gentle gust of wind cleared all the black smoke from the room, revealing two platinum-haired men. One of appearance 40, platinum hair, oatmeal-colored eyes, a very similar appearance to Vala, but older. This middle-aged man in appearance is Vala's grandfather, Rise-of-him Levon Lucifer, son of the Mao Lucifer. The second platinum-haired man had long hair tied in a ponytail that fell on his right shoulder, an office-style suit that also looked like a butler. This is Euclid Lucifuge, Rise-of-him's right-hand man in his experiments. Vala had used his demon wings to clear the smoke, to greet his grandfather and uncle, and they had brought them breakfast. Vala, Grandpa, may I know what you're making up this time? I asked out of simple curiosity to the aforementioned, who smiled at his grandson's question. Rise-of-him, Kakaka, laughed the old man, just a small machine to measure magical attacks. But apparently it didn't last as long as I had calculated, he commented while eating some pancakes. Euclid, sir, the calculations were correct. We had forgotten a screw in the machine, commented the right hand, showing the small screw. It may be small, but it makes a big difference. Leaving aside the screw, he also began to eat the pancakes. Valley, after leaving that, he said goodbye to his grandfather and uncle. He had to go to the academy, something that his grandfather told him to send his regards to Director Mephisto. Rise-of-him, one of the most intelligent beings, which are on par with Ajuka and Azazel, although he does experiments that always explode, it is just fun for experimentation. He is one of the inventors of the machine that represents magical power in numbers, which hunters use to determine their rank. The old man currently takes care of his grandson and daughter-in-law, due to things that happened due to the bad decisions of his son in the past. Taking care of the woman and Vala was the least the old man could do, and seeing Vala already of legal age, he knew it was time to send him to the academy. He should meet more people, and studying would find it. His grandson knew nothing about his father, and from the old man's point of view, it was better that way. If the young man knew, he wouldn't know what to think, that his father was the most wanted criminal. The old man gave a heavy sigh, then went back to eating his breakfast. Euclid, sir, what do you think Raisin is doing? Asked the scientist's right hand. Rise-of-him, not Euclid, but sooner or later the consequences of his actions will be paid, he answered seriously to the question. It had been years since he had heard from his son.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.